Hello. Hello.
Blah, 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 blah. Alright. I know I may be just a little bit behind. Just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny little bit. Ignore the fact that the render here does not show all the, fan art that I've got. I forgot to do an updated render for Ink Fox's, artwork. So we're just gonna have to get the game running right the fuck now, so then that way we don't have to worry about that. Thank you, Jason, my moderator, for being here first. I appreciate it. And welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm gonna be frank. I did not have a really good idea of what this Saturday was gonna be, and I didn't have a good idea what next Saturday's is gonna be, because next Saturday I would normally do a Whatsamahoozy stream, a blah 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 blah. I would try to do a like a community game stream, and frankly, I had like one person suggest to me like Town of Salem or some shit, which is a wrong direction, which is a social induction deduction game, which, you know, you may be wondering, like, is that fun? Not if you're autistic, because sometimes people will just catch on to you being autistic and take that as a thing of like, oh, well, sus, we're gonna need to get you out of here. So, yeah. Any social deduction games for people on the spectrum, it's just hard mode is what it is. It's not really fun. Good evening, friend. Might you be interested in learning about the Hatchtide festivals? Where the fuck is this quest? I didn't pay attention to where he said to be in. Visit on a Gridanian maid named Gilly Alifo. In her dreams, the 12 archons of old appeared. Those heroes who saved the realm from the destruction of the 12th umbral descend from the heavens atop beautifully decorated eggs. Uh-huh. After the Clowny, as Townfolk flock to celebrate the Archon of Lore, who believe have some hand in delivering the realm once more. Now you've learned about, perhaps you would like to participate. Should you be so inclined, we invite you to visit Gridania. We look forward to seeing you there. Awesome, cool. So we're heading to Gridania next. Also, like, what in the world is with... You guys are seeing this, right? Hang on. That's the closest, like... There we go. Weird. Why is this having, like, such a difficult time? Like, is it just because my phone is getting too hot? Is that it? Maybe. Who knows? It's a quiet Saturday is what it is, so we're just gonna be going about it at our own, like, leisurely pace, I suppose. So, yeah. Because, yeah, the hand tracking is fine. It's the phone. Hang on, let me just see what happens when I force close the application. Oh, there was an update. Okay, hang on a second. So it's installing an update right now, so forgive me, chat. You don't get to see my beautiful face doing all kinds of fun little expressions. At the best you get is me doing the finger guns. Pew 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 pew! Pew 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 pew! So yeah. Dun 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 dun. Not a lot of people around, but that's just because I'm over in Materia of all places. Alright, knowing my luck, they're gonna be at the amphitheater. Alright, connect. Let's see how the connection goes now. Alright, there we go. Yeah, this looks... Okay, already this is a lot faster. Maybe I do need to just, like, turn off the phone, like, once in a while, so then that way stuff that needs to update in the background can have an opportunity to update in the background. So, maybe it's just that. This quest is available for limited time. Yes! Give me your eggs. It's Easter. I did not get to enjoy a day off today because I had to take on the Saturday shift. Hi there, big DJ. How am I doing today? I'm doing fairly alright. I'm doing a lot better now that you're here. Thank goodness. I was worried I was just talking to myself and my moderator, Jason. And Jason might be a little bit busy because Jason doing some important work. Jason doing some university TAFE, supercomputer kind of research and development or some nonsense. I'm gonna be real, I don't know what Jason does in the higher education thingy-majiggy. I've honestly have forgotten. Plus, it's just a little bit funny by being misaccurate as possible, so then that way, if, you know, Jason doesn't want people knowing about this kind of stuff, the best case scenario, people are just, you know, gonna have misinformation from me, and they're gonna be like, oh yeah, Grant's moderators, you have to have at least a PhD. That's what I've learned. Jason building a quantum computer? I don't know, but that's also a possibility. Let's go with that. Let's go with that for the next 20 minutes. Jason building a quantum computer. So yeah. Also, hi there, Davey boy. Welcome to the stream. Hatching tide is upon us once more. I hope the season finds you in excellent fettle. Hang on. I hope the season finds you in excellent fettle. I'll never be a mod for Zeebs if it seems. Yeah, it's okay. Look, I don't have that many chatters in my streams, Big DJ, so needing moderators is not a very high priority. I'm not a big time streamer like Unnamed or Scribbly or Dazarus or a load of other people that, you know, I have, you know, come into contact with through streaming, and then lo and behold, like a few years later they outpace me because, you know, things happen and, you know, shit happens. So, Cert 3 in school-based education support. Ah, okay. So you're doing the learning to teach people how to learn. For my part, Grant, it is an absolute pleasure to see you again. While I have your attention, allow me to expound upon the nature of this year's festivities. Hatching Tide has its origins in the days before the 7th Umbral Calamity, when 12 sage of an era past appeared before me in a startling vision. I have been visited by such dreams ever since, and this year was no exception. I saw a great mass of eggs, as vivid as those before you now, borne aloft onto the heavens. Making dreams manifest has never failed to lend wonder to Hatching Tide before, so, needless to say, I intend to bring my latest vision to life. Speaking of which, the eggs I commissioned ought to arrive any moment now. Oh, Jilly, it's a disaster. The cart toppled over en route. Thankfully, the driver was unscathed, but I can't say the same for the eggs. Good heavens! I'm glad to hear the poor driver was unharmed, but without the eggs, how are we to breathe life into my dream? Don't worry, I'll simply fashion some more eggs myself. Though to create the quantity required will take time, and we've already facing at least a minor delay at this point. If only I could assign someone to help you. Alas, the other dreamers are busy enough as it is, and I must see to the schedule alterations myself. They're gonna have me help, aren't they? But wait! Grant! Perhaps you'd be willing to lend a hand. Grant, how wonderful to see you again, knowing what an exemplary assistant you are gives me cause for hope, if you're happy to help, that is. More eggs in this economy? Yeah. Look. Oh! This hasn't happened in Australia, but I saw a TikTok where in the United States, like, for those that are not aware what's going on in the United States, they're going through a bit of a, you know, cost of living crisis where eggs are super expensive and shit. And, you know, that's just the simple problem of they don't have enough chickens, and the farmers are not incentivized to, you know, grow in scale for the eggs and what have you, because you can't distribute them cheaply and what have you. Anywhoosies, there was a grocery store during this egg crisis. They had, like, almost front and center after you entered into the grocery store, a giant pile of, like, a dozen egg cartons, but they weren't filled with eggs. They were filled with plastic party eggs. So what that meant was, if you didn't read the fine print, you thought you were getting yourself like a cheap, like, $2 for a dozen eggs, when in actuality, you were spending $2 on fake, no yolk inside them eggs. It was absolutely insane and, like, you know, ruined people. Yeah, I just got off Unname's Hangout, and if you're wondering, yes, they fell asleep. Should have figured. It is, like, late at night for them right now. It's like 3 in the morning or some craziness. Thank you. The first order of business will be procuring more of the necessary egg supplies from the merchant. Our supplier should be in the market. He's a burly fellow, so he won't be difficult to spot. We can only hope he has enough stock. Yeah. Alright, let's start with the season festivities. I can do this as a white mage, actually, because then there's a chance for me to get some EXP for my troubles. Because Lord knows I need it. Let's eat an egg. You know what? Let's eat another egg. So yeah, so we gotta head to Ebony Stalls and pick up some eggs. As much as I want to hang out, it's 4 in the morning for me. You have a good stream, Zeebs. Not to worry, Big DJ. Thank you so much for coming along and saying hello. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. It can be tricky work streaming at, you know, unconventional hours and what have you. Ah, yeah, the dreamer who was here before, are ye? A right old mess to be sure. Afraid I'm all out of supplies you need, though. Oh, is there really nothing you can do for us? Well, I do have some tally old ones and ends, or surplus wares, that might be of use if you want. They're all yours. I need a British person for some of this stuff. Might not be exactly what you need, but I'm sure you can cobble together with these. Storage fees were eating me profs. I mean, I'd rather see them put to good use. When I ordered the initial batch of supplies, I remembered thinking what a kind fellow he was. He's certainly proved me right. Any road, we'd better take stock of what he's given us. Let's see. This leather looks durable. We have some metal springs and rings that could do for a mechanism of some sort, and these lengths of timber could be cut down to a more portable size. I think these herbs and resin are used to concoct water-repellent alchemical solutions. Never tried it myself, but there's a first time for everything. Besides, there are plenty of bits and bobs. We should have no trouble when it comes to decoration. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome to the stream. Dun, 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 dun. Unfortunately, we won't be able to recreate the eggs Julie saw in her dream with these. We could make something far easier to get off the ground, though. Parasols! The trick will be making them look eggy, though. The shell makes the egg, as they say. Do they say that? Any road, we should paint them. Why are you checking all the different pronoun himbo ratings? Pick a pronoun. You gotta pick a pronoun, Sir Dragon. You can't be doing this gender fluid nonsense until you find a high rating. You're right. With some festive patterns on the outer canopy and a conveniently eggy structure, the parasol might just make for a worthy replacement. Parasols are a sight more fiddly than your standard egg, though. Just the two of us. Production will take far too long. So, we'll need to enlist further help, just as I did with you. Fortunately, the guild artisan shall be less likely to balk at a request for parasol parts than a rush order for my myriad eggs, particularly if we supply the materials. Let us first pay a visit to the Leather Workers Guild. I'm sure they'll be able to transform our leather into something fit for a canopy. Alright, yeah, Leather Workers is gonna be an easy run. He's looking cool. Ah, if it isn't Grant, you must be the adventurer assistant Nonota spoke of. She was just informing me of your peril. Many of our apprentices are looking forward to the Hatching Tide celebrations. You shall have the guild's aid, although I'm afraid we lack some of the resources needed to work your leather into parasol canopies. The material is water-resistant to a degree, but nevertheless porous. Untreated, it will degrade over time and begin to rot, but our stock of coating is perilously low at the moment. If it's water-resistant you're after, say no more! We just so happen to have the necessary ingredients, so I shall see to its preparation. Fish dead? Shouldn't be. There you go. You get yourself an octopus. Count yourself lucky. In the meantime, would you take this timber over to Carpenter's Guild and request that they craft the parasol frame? We can meet up by the Black Rabbit Trader's stall anon. Why did you write that in my chat? You do not know how ready I am just to end this stream at the 1 hour mark, just being like, fuck it, stream cancelled. So, because I am technically still on call as well, because it's your birthday. Is it really your birthday? Why do you stand there like a frightened school child? If you need something, speak. Parasol frames? A task not beyond your own skill, no doubt. Would the eminence of the holiday not force you to compromise their quality? You have done well to seek aid, Grant, and you shall have it. The younglings in the acorn orchard await the festivities. For their sake, no effort will be spared in the parasol's preparation. We shall commence work right away. Let your associate know that the Carpenters Guild has the matter in hand. April 19th, 1988. Radio. Nice! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sir Dragon. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sir Dragon. Oh. Ow! That's not fair! Why would you do that to me? I trust everything went well at the Carpenters Guild. I've just placed an order for the alchemical solution and a few other things besides. The next step will be to piece all the parts together into a prototype parasol. I'll bring the prototype over to Jilly once I've finished, so you can go ahead and wait with her. But yeah. I am now on holidays, which is the positive thing. Well, technically I'm on call still, so like, there is the chance of someone calling me on the Sunday or the Monday, but overall, other than that, your Zeebs doesn't have to work for 10 days, which is fan-fucking-tastic. Welcome back, Grant. You'll be pleased to hear that I've adjusted the schedule to accommodate our little mishap, and all is set to proceed. Now, how fares the eggs? Substituting parasols for eggs? What a wonderful idea! I can hardly wait to see what Nonota cooks up for the prototype. Though, wait, we must. Is patiently awaiting to see the parasol prototype. Nonota will surely be along any moment now. Sorry to keep you both waiting. Allow me to present you with the very first Archon Egg Parasol. It's pretty good. Not bad. I like it. What a fine example of ingenuity. It's magnificent. I'm so glad you approve. With your blessing, I'll begin producing more to distribute. In the meantime, we'll find ourselves at a loose end. But we cannot let Nonota outstrip us in hatching Tide Spirit. There must be more we can do. Let's show off your parasol to the townsfolk. But of course! We ought to promote our newest addition to the festivities. If we can tell even a few Gridanians that these gorgeous accoutrements will be available to those who celebrate with us, word will spread of its own accord. With that in mind, I shall keep mine unfurled and on display. You use your adventurous instincts to identify those most in need of egg-themed accessories. Head nod. The market is always busy. Let us look for potential celebrants there. Yep, cool. Alrighty. Yep, yep. Alright, so we start near the bottom. High-level dungeon, looking for DPS, leveling, looking for tank, trials, looking for a healer. Interesting that they're looking for DPSs of all things. We dreamers are responsible for all the decorations you see throughout the city. Take that basket over there. No, not my hair, Masonic! No! Hi there, Masonic. Welcome to the stream. Take that basket over there. They're talking about this basket right here. For instance, I came up with the idea and Nonota worked her magic to create the final product. Oh, so she doesn't really make anything. She's just an ideas lady.
Nani?
What hair? This hair! The hair on top of my head. I say, madam, you must tell me where I might acquire a resplendent parasol like unto your own. At our Hatching Tide event, of course. How about it? Will you join us at the amphitheater? I'll be delighted. As a true connoisseur of eggs, both decorative and edible, I attend annually in hopes of glimpsing ovoid perfection, and this parasol surpasses my every imagining. Such elegance, such egginess. This is a real hair, thank you very much. Look at it. Why, that parasol is an absolute delight. It's not often you see the level of craftsmanship paired with such decorative flair. This might be the finest egg-inspired apparel I've ever seen. Might I ask who was responsible for this masterpiece? The Leather Workers Guild, the Carpenters Guild, Black Rabbit Traders, and our Dreamers all had their part to play. And if you join us in celebrating Hatching Tide, you can receive one just like it. Ah, I should have known that the guild's artisans were involved. If it means getting my hands on a parasol, I'd be more than happy to take part in the festivities. Excuse me, that was like half a burp and it's half a festivities when I said that. So sorry for anyone listening. Hello, egg enthusiast. Heavens above! Is that adorable parasol fashioned after an Archon egg? Exquisite, isn't it? If you join us at the amphitheater, you'll receive one just like it. For years, I've searched for a parasol as darling as an egg, getting sunburned and soaked by turns, and you offer me one free of charge? 'Tis a hatching tide miracle. I expect those three will tell all and sundry about our parasols. Our work here is done. Damn, that's a cool outfit. Excuse gracious, sorry. Well, that went rather swimmingly. You clearly have an egg. You clearly have an eye for egg connoisseurs. I shall go and see how many attendees are gathered at the amphitheater. Feel free to join us when you have a moment. There we go. We're on our way. I'm on my way. In the wonder. Hello, Jilly. Ah, sorry, my balls. Look, Grant, isn't the sight of those parasols simply marvelous? They do look pretty cool, don't get me wrong. Eggs held aloft just as in my dream! Hooray, we did it. We certainly did. Shall we officially declare this hatching tide a success? Hold that thought, you've yet to see the half of it. Who the fuck are you? Macenta! I'm not quite sure I follow. Quite a few of my customers asked about your parasols. More than can comfortably gather here, in fact. Nevertheless, I took the liberty of handing out stock to those who came linking. With how many left my stall with a smile on their face and a parasol in hand, the whole city is awash in floating eggs. That's incredible! To think the parasols are bringing joy even beyond our celebration. Good for them. Wait, Jill, they're one and the same, aren't they? The celebration is spread across the city, borne by a great mass of floating eggs. You're right! I was intent on gathering people here, but the eggs in my dream were far too numerous to contain in one place. They were always meant to be seen far and wide. That our original plans met with misfortune was a blessing in disguise, for we've touched the hearts of more people than I dared to imagine. There's no doubt in my mind, this will go down as a hatching tide to remember. Oh, excuse me. What is up? Hang on, sorry, I need to stand up for a quick minute. I feel like my balls are riding up. Although I might need to go for like a quick bathroom break, I'm gonna be real with you, because I've been trying to keep up with my fluids and what have you. Black Rabbit Traders shall continue distributing parasols to those who ask. They may be free of charge, but they're drawing business in spades. Nonata told me how to assemble them, so I can prepare as many as necessary. Truly, where would we be without your ingenuity, Nonata? I couldn't have done it without our able adventurer. That reminds me, I have something for you, Grant. Ta-da! That's the very second parasol I ever made, after Jill, of course. I thought it fitting that you receive it. Thank you for a parasol. With eggs aloft across the city, all that's left is to enjoy the festivities. Your work may have finished, Grant, but Hatching Tide most certainly hasn't. Yay, and we get ourselves a parasol. Dun, 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 dun. Where is the... Where is the thingy-madiggy? Fashion accessories. Here it is. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry. I thought I could hold it in for longer, but I cannot, so you're going to have to make do with the fact that I'm gonna run an advertisement for 30 seconds and go to the bathroom. Be right back. I am so sorry. Bathroom break. I forgot to write bathroom break.
Let's make it, let's not kill her, because we don't want to be that type of person.
Nice.
Aw, such a good boy.
Where's the other dog? There's the other dog. Thank you for the contribution! Wait. How much was that contribution? Hang on. Wait. What? Hang on. Sorry, like, there's... Hang on. What? Ding. What the fuck? Is that the full amount? Hang on. Are you fucking kidding me?
Gavin paid me to say greetings. Can you hear me? Greetings. Can you hear me?
But I do know
Greetings.
you're from a
Can you hear me? Greetings. Can you hear me?
Shut it up.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Greetings. Can you hear me?
I need to double check if I locked my front door. Go down. It's complete. Look, I even have the love heart thingy-majiggy you have on your boob. You're taking down the zebra, right? No, you're not taking down the zebra. Let me put my shirt back on. You ain't taking down the zebra. And then, like, you know, someone's gonna, like, you know, someone does, like, Chad, give me... Okay, yes, I did. I locked my door. Cool. I didn't make a mistake. So, yeah. Alright, I'm back. Alrighty. There's all these missions that I need to do, but I do not have the, I do not have the level to do them, because, like, well, I do, technically, with the warrior and what have you, but I kind of also want to do, like, a random thingy-majiggy with the, healer and what have you. And, of course, all of them are looking for either a DPS or a tank. You know what? Fuck it. Fine. Let's have a look. So, So, we got the Dead Walk, and we got Tender Valley. Let's see if either of those two go off and are available for us to attend. It says less than 10 minutes, but I imagine because it's looking for DPS people. Did you wipe your rear? No, I was going for a piss, and I did wash my hands, thank you very much. So, yeah. Excuse me. Hi there, Hawaiian Pizza. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing some casual Final Fantasy XIV-ing. I know normally I do it in the cookie for Hawaiian Pizza. Here's your cookie. I know that I normally am supposed to do it in the blah 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 in the mornings, but it was my turn to take on the Saturday shift, so that's why I didn't go off in the morning. I probably should have updated my schedule before it got to that, because I imagine there's a number of people who were probably sitting there at like 10 a.m. going, where the fuck is Grant? It's been an hour. And so it's left like a lot of people really confused by the notification going off at 4 in the morning for them. Because, you know, Americans. And just because I can. Boom. Just for the funsies of it. As I'm waiting for a party to form. I don't know if I was supposed to hit that thing, but it is what it is. So yeah, it is what it is. But I had to take on the Saturday shift this week, so then that way a workmate wasn't missing out on like Easter with his family. And because I did that, I am going to have the next 10 days off from work. So I'm doing pretty swell for myself. I'm still on call tonight, and then tomorrow, and then Monday, and then, like, Tuesday until 9 a.m. But, other than those, like, you know, 3 days and, you know, 3 nights, I am going to be able to do all kinds of fun stuff, such as catching up on TV shows and movies that I've been looking for. Figure out who I want to watch Warfare with in cinemas before, you know, gets delisted from the cinemas on Wednesday. I probably should start messaging people because I don't have that many friends. And there's probably not a lot of them that will be willing to do it on, like, the Wednesday morning / afternoon, and they would rather do it in the evening for all I know. But, you know, so much. Oh, and probably try and put more time into streaming and in putting it into the mornings rather than the evenings like I normally do on the weekday. So that's probably going to surprise a number of Americans when I do that. While it is tempting to just continue doing it in the evenings, I reckon doing it in the mornings, like, you know, 9 a.m. my time or something like that, and going on until, like, 1 p.m. will be totally fine. And worst case scenario, like, probably go even further than 1 p.m. So, yeah. Should be good. I'll need to get my stream schedule out and what have you for when that occurs, though, so then that way you have an understanding of... Jesus Christ, is there really no one in Materia? I went down to Materia because I was hoping that because it was going off... Ugh, what the fuck is it on my lips? Oh, that was weird. Because, like, it's the evening in Australia and it's, like, early morning in the States, I figured I would have a better time trying to get the dungeons in this region than in, than if I was staying in the North American region. But that doesn't seem to have changed anything, because it's now been... It's about to hit the 5-minute mark on this thing, and we're still gonna have problems. It has just crossed over the 5-minute mark. Goodness gracious. This is going to be a long and quiet night, most likely. Which is, you know, a bit of a shame. It's Saturday night! Where's the fucking Final Fantasy people? Are they all in, like, you know, entirely different servers that don't observe Saturday night in Australia time and instead observing, like, you know, Saturday early morning? Maybe. I don't exactly want to, you know, swap from this server to back over to where I'm from and what have you, because I imagine the minute I do, I'm still going to be in the same, you know, waiting a long-ass time to get through with these dungeons. Like, come on, game. What's taking? I love how they were like, yes, less than 5 minutes. It's now been 6 minutes. I am an impatient Zeebs. Where is my tank privilege? I reckon Velk is probably, you know, idling somewhere else and is just watching me lose my marbles over this. Still nothing. Hi there, Sky. Welcome to the stream. It's a bit of a quiet stream right now. There is, despite the blaring music from Final Fantasy XIV, I should add. Is there a random? Yeah, there is. Hello. I'm waiting for either the Starryborough Deadwalk or Tender Valley to go off because I have these as quests. And then there's also the Aglaya that I would need to go. No, it's just putting you on the screen while I draw. Understandable, fair enough. I'm fairly decent as a second screen kind of viewing or just, you know, second audio source. Although I will be real with you, there is not that many talking topics that are in my head right now. I have been in, I don't know, like, I've been in such a, like, low energy mood. Like, sure, I get a burst of energy when I now get to eat a meal, which is fantastic. But on my days off, even after eating the meal, I'm just sort of like, yeah, you know what, like, it is what it is, and I haven't thought further about it. Oh, this is where, that's where Gridania is. Also, that is a very cumbersome sort of... That is a very cumbersome sort of real. You're more chill, to be honest. You're like Z chill. Understandable. But yeah, Z is able to, like, get conversations going and such. It's honestly a skill of his. No idea how he does it. I have like a partial idea, but not enough to, like, you know, properly do it. Ah!
Cobra Yoshi with the 43-month tier 1 sub.
You would join me if I didn't have to work the night shift tonight. Understandable, Code. I don't know why I didn't do the TTS thingamajiggy. I should have done the TTS thingamajiggy for the resubscribe. Thank you so much for subscribing for the last 43 months, though. I do appreciate it. Oh my god, that scared you? Yeah, it's because Vignon is the one responsible for the Yippee. And you know what? I'm gonna start manipulating Vignon. Let me find the... So... Let's see, we got the bald, we got the hair gone. No, Code! Let me have a look. Test redeem is that... There should be one for the... Oh, here we go. Subscriptions, everything, and then volume should be more like a 0.2. So, let's try this. Yeah. All right. 0.1, 0.1. That way it's not as loud. Yeah, there we go. That works. That works out better. So yeah, so the volume is 0.1, direction is everywhere, force, yep. And then it's confetti, that is? Yep, so confetti bomb is the one that's selected, amount to throw is 3. Although, the amount could be the number. And then, let's see, how does that look? That's kind of funny. Alright. Sounds good. And then display name. What would the total be? The force in decimal. Yeah, alright, cool. Fixed it. I'm glad that it gives me a whatsamahoozy, blah 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 blah. I'm glad that it gives me a volume control within Vignon, so then that way it's not being, like, you know, extra loud. Sorry, I'm also just looking at my dance WebSocket. No, so that seems to be fine. Shirt, so that volume is managed by the whatsamahoozy, maid outfit, helmet, that's fine. As far as I know, yep, dubbing, cookie, D-himbo, extra himbo. Yeah, that's fine. And then throwing bits, I can probably try and lower these. So 0.5. So preemptively, I'm just going to be setting these volumes down. So then that way it's less likely of a pain. 0.5. There we go. And then dink, donk, dink. Yep. Awesome, cool. I have now done the needful. So do the parameter operation. Divided by 1,000, and then if the... Yep. Okay, cool. Awesome. We got it. We got it good. We got it good now. Alright. Oh, health system. I probably should have double checked the health system if there was like a... There's a death, there's a... Any throwables do minus on the health. Bonks and imports. Okay, so these are all gonna have... So I'm gonna do 0.5 for you, 0.5 for you, 0.5 for you, 0.5 for you. I'm just gonna make all of these 0.5 for, like, ease of, like, you know, whatsamahoozy, so then that way it doesn't go, like, crazy kind of numbers. 0.5, 0.5. Ding, dong, oop. Ding, dong, bam. There we go. Alright, yep, and so the amount can be there. F, we can make that volume 0.75, I reckon. The throwing something, 0.5. Water is fine as it is. And I'm back to my himbo self. So, as Code mentioned, they're working right now. I'm still waiting for the, I'm still waiting for any of these things to go off, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a dungeon, which is really unfortunate. I wonder if, like, I'm just never gonna have these two thingamadiggies go off is the thing. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna, not exit out. We're gonna log out. And then we're gonna log into the other thing in the diggy. We're gonna log into the North American area. So return to homeworld. So instead we go back to Crystal Goblin. Crystal/Goblin. Proceed. Done. Ding. Okay, something's up with the fishing. What is... Hang on, hang on, hang on. Something's... So that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Why isn't it... Send catch results to chat. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna turn that off just in case. High detail. We're not in Halloween mode. Save and close. Like... I'm gonna see what happens if I log out and log back in. Cause like, if I do fish, and then, so Hawaiian Pizza did that, what, 4 times? Yeah, 4 times. This program is deciding to be a little bit difficult, it seems. Also, hi there, Staz. Welcome to the stream. It is going to be a casual sort of stream. And I'll be frank with you, a part of me does wonder if it is going to even be a 4-hour-long stream. I know I was gonna try and make that like a regular thing. Who the fuck are you? Ah, no idea. Every time I get into this area, I'm like, who the fuck are you? Alright, number 2. So, Tender Valley, the Whatsamahoozy. Do I have any other quest lines? So I've got that one for the memory. That one's an Alliance raid. That one we're never gonna get done because it's Alexandrite nonsense. So yeah, so that's Tender Valley, and then that's the dead Whatsamahoozy. So, alright, let's see how quickly this one goes. Okay, I do not know, Hawaiian Pizza, if those 4 redeems that you have just done is also being applied. Just putting that out there right now. Maybe they are because of the fact that, like, it's still going. Ah,
Meeps! With the
Meeps!
40-month tier 1 sub.
Why is my, why is the speaker bot not working? Why isn't that... Why is it not doing the message? That's interesting. I need to fix that. Hang on. So the subscribe on any of them, and then... So it does action pack dance, confetti, revealing the thing, a random delay, and then the core overlay for Twitch goals is hidden again. I don't think I have. And then we have subscriber sounds. Why? Subs with a message. So why isn't this working then? So sub, resub with a message. Subscript. Wait. So there's a resubs. Thank you for the sub. And then there's the message there, which is enabled. Why isn't the message working, I wonder? Event log. So, event, meeps with the 40-month tier 1 sub. It doesn't seem to pick up on the fact that... Huh. Is it because they just now make it where... Because there's sub, and then there's sub with a message. Ding. Check for updates. It's at the current version right now. So why isn't it... Huh. Disable viewers. Accounts. It's got that. It's got the voice gate thing. It's got my speech engines. It's got WebSocket. It's got the channel points. Meeps. So, Meeps is subscribed. Why didn't it do its thing? And the problem is the event log doesn't seem to pick up on the fact that it has the TTS event. It's got... Okay, so it's got the resub. And resub. So, does it... Have they, like, stopped doing the... Ding, dong. Ding, dong. And then... Resub. Resub with a message. Ding, dong. Save. Give sub. Give sub anon. So, cheer anonymously, donations, channel points, gift bomb. Honestly, interesting. Very interesting. Does the TTS thingy-madiggy still work is the next question as well. So if I do TTS POC and it goes...
GrantZeebs paid me to say jib cookies oh whoa.
Okay, so that still works. So sorry about the TTS thingy-madiggy not properly working for you, Meeps. I don't know what happened there. And also, once again, we're waiting more than 5 minutes for random parties to go off. How? How am I still waiting? Do people just not like doing these extra, dungeons? Do they just treat it as a wash and then that's it? We're just sort of have to make do? Goodness gracious. Let's see. So there's a blue check mark over there. Alright, let's go over this way. Dun, 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 dun. Dawn of a New Deal requires, like, a different nonsense. Right now. That much. Where is the guild? Free company. There it is. But yeah. How is the Easter thingy-majiggy going for everyone? Because I haven't, like, I'm not going to be eating chocolates, just first and foremost. I am going to be I'm still trying to do what I can to lose weight, and going for, like, Easter eggs and such like that would be very much not conducive to it. Even though I'm going to, like, a picnic tomorrow afternoon, well, tomorrow late morning, early afternoon, I'm going to a picnic. I think a lot of people are going to be bringing hot cross buns. I'm going to be bringing hot cross buns as well, because I'm able to have one hot cross bun. I'm able to have, like, a single bun, and I can have that as my, as sort of like my morning or afternoon meal. So that's what I'm going to be doing for me tomorrow's. So even though I'm going to have, like, an opportunity to, like, hang out with people and, you know, eat something that isn't healthy, I'm still gonna, you know, try and keep within my calorie restrictions and what have you, so then that way I'm not doing an absolute complete fuck up on trying to lose weight and what have you. Still waiting on these things to go off. How is this game, like, come on. How many people are, like, looking for stuff? So, like, there's 18 other parties recruiting right now. Are people just using, like, the party finder right now for other things? Let's see. Eden's Gate Resurrection for the blue spell. Everyone is welcome. And then there's just, like, a whole ton of RP kind of stuff. There really isn't that many things going on, is there? What is... I do not remember it being this much of a struggle trying to get into, like, optional areas. So yeah, so we got 50 and 20, and that's 80 and 50. And we got Underkeep here, which is not level synced. And then we have, like, this Tower of Zot nonsense, which can give you tombstones. These won't until you get to, like, number 90. These don't give you tombstones until you get to, like, the 50s area. Goodness great. Yeah, like, look at this. It's like following, like, I can't do level cap dungeons unless I complete Tenderfoot and the Stray Burrows. So it's like, I can't go into that one. Like, view parties that meet condition. None of them do. Like, am I just gonna have to do, like, a party finder for, like, dungeon, the Stray Burrow Dead Walk, duty completion. Like, goodness gracious. Is it just, like, ultra quiet right now? Like, is everyone just, like, fucked off for Easter? Is that what's going on? And here I am, where I'm just, like, too lonely to come to terms with that? Where is everyone? Pending. 710, 710, 740, 720. Like, come on. This probably would have been a lot more beneficial to do in the mornings, but I was in the middle of working in that morning, so I wasn't exactly able to help out. For all I know, this is probably going to be one of those, like, I am going to have to make a day out of this. Again. I got killed. Fuck it. Let's see how it goes. Like, you know, getting that done. In the meantime, let's do some Insta-Scratch-Its. These are always fun. Ooh. Ah. Not bad, not bad. Not the best. These have been absolutely... Ooh, maybe a 987 here? Yeah, 987! Let's go! It's the second best score you can get, so... Yay! Now, did I already do the Cacpoc board, or am I still waiting for the points? Hi there, Sir Dragon. Glad to see you're still with us. Did not win the lottery. Still did not win the lottery. Hey, I got the last number, which is you know, a consideration. One of these days, chat, I will win the lottery. And then, if I win the lottery, I will have way more free time than ever before. God, could you imagine, like, how much your... Actually, what parts of your life would be the same if you won the lottery? Because everyone always has the thoughts of, like, oh yeah, if I win the lottery, I'm gonna, like, get a really big home, or I'm going to be, I love how Code writes working. Even after Code wins the lottery and gets like 50 million or something crazy like that, what's Code doing on the night shift? Working. Bruising. I can do better than that. I can do better than that. Darn. The money won't last long in a financial crush? I feel like having, like... Ooh, that was, like, right down the middle. That was fucking good. Nice. I feel like if you had, like, a spare couple $1 million, like, whatever your fucking cookie for Code the Yoshi, here's your cookie. Like, Australia isn't gonna be, like, crashing out where $1 million means nothing. Let's be a little bit real. Sure, if the finances, like, crash out in Australia, a couple $1,000s won't mean much, but a couple $1 million is still, like, worthwhile. Bam. Punishing is alright. Ah, that's not very strong. Let's try that again. Oh, we're not doing too good, chat. Let's try that again. Aha! There we go. Tempting to do a gate, but like, you know, not while I'm still waiting on this thing to elapse. Alright, what do you got? Alright, let's figure... So, there's a number of things we could sell on the market. This thing ain't worth much, so we're just gonna go for a flat 10. This thing is worth... Alright. Actually, wait. Is it actually worth 15,000, or is it, like, overly... It looks like it's more... Look, maybe 1,000. We might get a lucky with 1,000 on that one. You had the blue Pepsi, by the way. Smells like cordial and tastes like berries. It had a funky aftertaste for me, personally, when I tried the Pepsi Max Electric Blue. Because here's the thing. Even in Australia, it was fucking blue. So, imagine my surprise. 250. We're gonna lowball that motherfucker. Excuse me, chat, while I do market manipulation. We're selling all these random bits and pieces. So we're trying to find out, like, where everyone's prices are and what have you. Yeah, this is more of a 1,500 kind of. I love how, like, so much... Like, I remember there's, like, guides in the past that are, like, do not lowball people, and it's like, I'm sorry, but lowballing sounds like the appropriate thing to do when it's, like, excessive materials like these. Where, you know, quite frankly, who gives a fuck about the white oak timber that you can get in a lot of different places? Yeah, it looks like this is only really, like, 100 cost kind of thing. Flannel, I think... You know what? Oh, flannel's not worth much, is it? No, it isn't. So there we go. True linen. Okay, so it's about 1,000 normally. And then we've got this Moco cloth. Yeah, it's about stable, so... Actually, hang on. 125. Scarlet cloth. Let's have a look at you. Looks like it's been as low as 600 recently. So yeah, we're gonna go with that. Thunderyard silk. It's been a mixed bag, but 700. 600 or 700 sounds like the appropriate value. Carbon fiber is going to be cheap as fuck, isn't it? Oh. Maybe not. 2,100. Not bad. I can go with that. And then the rainbow ribbons, they normally go for $400 or $500. I can do $400. Dwarven cotton. Yep, it's a little bit low right now, so catch on to that. You're always needing Dweemite spider, so... Oh my god, someone sold it for 1. That was kind of hilarious. 350 sounds about right. Let's go for 300. What about this fella here? Yeah, 400 sounds appropriate. And then finally, the Arachno something or rather leather. Yeah, that's a $2,000 kind of item. And there we go. That's 20 slots filled in. Ooh, some high quality garnet cloth. Absolutely, sounds good. No duplicates in here. Sell items in your inventory. Put up for sale. Let's see. 12,000, 12,000, 8.5, 9,000. Let's go for a nice middle of the road 9,000 for that high quality. I'm going to need to change some of these prices because it looks like 15,000 is a little too high. It looks like we can get away with 9,000. It will lowball it, but, you know, we're not about to get someone, you know, blowing their load on us. 11,000, someone put it down as 1,000, 13,000, 13,000. You guys are gonna stick to 15,000 for now, because I wonder if we can get a sucker. You, meanwhile, you have definitely gone down in price, so you're gonna be a flat 1,500. Alright, Griffin leather, let's have a look. Oh my goodness, you guys have been sold for cheap. Such a shame. Icon leather is normally a 500 piece. So that's fine there. This is what it's like being on that marketing grind, is you're just looking at the prices, looking at what people were willing to spend. Fuck it, just 1,000. Flat 1,000. Someone's gonna be charitable. Let's see. Yeah, this is normally like a 750. $2,500. And then the hammerhead. Yeah, this is more of a $900 kind of piece. Silver Lobo hide. I do not recall having that much fucking hide. That is a little bit ridiculous. $9.99, $98. So, looks like it's gone down in price. So, I might be able to get away with like 500. Although, wait, hang on, Silver Lobo, have I been purchasing a lot of it for whatever reason? Silver Lobo leather. So, chromium nonsense, lar. It's a level 91 recipe. The fuck? How did I get so much? Like, the fuck is a Silver Lobo? I do, like... Because basically that's like 2 sets worth of... Ding. Dong. And then... Hang on. 500. Tetramis. Did I purchase it thinking I could upsell it at some point? No. I don't think I was that desperate for funds where I was trying to actually play the market. I don't think I was doing that. Be back soon. Dinner is ready. Not to worry. Hi there, Yuns in Saramaka. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. I have just been through my retainer, selling stuff here and there. And I'm just sitting around the gold saucer, waiting for a dungeon to go off. But we've so far been waiting 26 minutes for any of the level 100 dungeons to go off because I have quests involving them. And no one has nibbled. I am having a sneaking suspicion that perhaps There ain't no one fucking playing. It is real fucking depressing, let me tell you. So, here comes the unfortunate news. I might just call the stream fucking here. First time going through the post-game optional dungeons. Like, I've gone through optional dungeons before. They did not take forever. This is, like, what's more is I'm a tank. I shouldn't be waiting 30 minutes for optional dungeons. Like, maybe I shouldn't have waited until patch 7.2 for me to go through, like, the dungeons. But I was kind of, you know, catching up on other shit when they finally came out. And I was a little bit busy being up in the States where I didn't have the opportunity to play the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy. Have I ever played Splinter Cell Blacklist? It rings a bell. I've definitely played the Splinter Cell. Try the Party Finder. There is one party that is not doing an ERP thing. And then there's like these two locked ones here. One in Diablos, the other in Balmug. They practice rounds for something. And then this one is doing cruiserweight story mode, gonna cutscene a lot. So, I think everyone's at the 7.2 stuff. Plus, it's like 4 or 5 in the morning over on the American servers. So, who knows? Hi there, Deakus. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. Honestly, this might... Is this how it goes? Oh, so this is the end of Zeebs, not with a bang, but with a whimper. I wish I could like do a search for like more. Interesting that you can do like dungeons, not the Underkeep. It was either the straight doing okay. You're revisiting Saga Frontier 2 as a remaster, so much better than the original. Nice. Never heard of this game before. Never heard. Or you? Oh, you. Wait. No, Saga. I thought it said Sega for a second, but nope, I was completely wrong. So yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna be frank with you. If that duty finder gets up to like 30 minutes, I don't know, chat. It definitely puts a damper on my mood. Yeah, it puts a dampener on my mood. The other thing as well is that, like, I've still not figured out, I hadn't figured out what my party game stream for next week is going to be, because next week is the last Saturday of the month. And I didn't want to go through a social deduction game, because that's just, you know, it's unfair. Like, to me, it feels unfairly hard for anyone. There we go. Oh my goodness, I was ready to go fucking insane. Yay! Hi there, Jack. Welcome to the stream. It ain't over. Ah! Come on, healer! I have been waiting 30 minutes for this dungeon. Oh, thank goodness. Ah, not the cactar! Oh my god, we're falling. Where the fuck are we going? Where the fuck are we? I did not listen to the... I did not read the Whatsamahoozy thing for, I did not read the Whatsamahoozy thingy-madiggy for how we get this dungeon. But I'm guessing we're getting it from the Unlost World. Yeah, that. Alright, ding, dong, and... Alright, so our item thingy-madiggy synced down to 730. Alright, cool, so we're doing a pull. The DPSs are a little bit annoyed. And bam. And then dong. And I didn't use the AoE stuff, which was a dumb move on my part. But I'm still alive. Where the fuck is my sprint? Did I not? Just all kinds of random stray memories here. It's a segment of the living world that gets stuck in the interdimensional rift. Okay. We somehow ended up at that. There we go. So far, so good. Hear ye, His Royal Headness Leonog. Oh, it's a fucking... That's a piñata. Bow down to my flawless noggin. No. Thankfully, it wasn't a total screw-up. Well, not a... Hi there, Speedy Sonic. To be real with you, don't particularly like this guy. Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. Cool. Meowdy Karma, hi there. Thank you so much for the gifted art. I've put it on my cork board, so you can't see it right now because I'm in the middle of the video game, and also because I haven't done the 3D render to do this environment with the cork board. But it is on the what's-a-mahoozy screen. So yeah, I'll show it off shortly. Find out where my sprint has gone. Oh my god, a tiger and a lion. Just random fucking animals. Can I go in there? No, I cannot. Never mind, the wheel is... Oh my god. Is almost out of the room. You have a crush on the Reeve Trucy from Final Fantasy VII. I have no idea who that person is. I have not played the Final Fantasy games. Bam. Oh, the teacups are gonna do a spinny thing, aren't they? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I was not paying attention. Okay, so... Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, come on. Well, I'm glad that wasn't a problem. What did one butt cheek say to the other? To that together we can stop this shit? Clever. Okay, well, we succeeded on that one before it became a problem, so that's good. Can I greet on that one? Yeah, I can greet on that one. Nice. Balloons! Whee! Here we go. Go. These fucking dolls again. That's all my health back up again. There we go. Stop banging your head on the ground, please? I would really appreciate it. Jesus. Was that supposed to happen? Ooh, fending. barely following it, but... So far, so good. I have not fucked up yet. Yay! Did it! It's funny how this boss uses the Hades skeleton. Oh, it did? I was not paying attention to that shit. Yeah. I did my job. I did not die, and everyone ran away. I guess they were fucking done with this place. Aw, and I didn't get any... What's some of these? Alrighty, next dungeon. Let's see how long it takes to get Tender Valley next. I imagine it's gonna take more than 30 minutes. Let's see how we go. Phase 2 Hades specifically. Yeah, the one with like all the like, you know, masks under its like cloak and shit like that at the end of Shadowbringers. That's what you're talking about. I understand like a little bit now how it like looks kind of similar. It just didn't occur to me how similar. Well, in the during the dungeon it didn't clue into me at all. So, yeah. How goes the Final Fantasy XIV? You was watching a show with a pal. We waited 30 minutes before we took on the Whatsamahoozy dungeon with all the ghosts and everything like that, and the poltergeist at the end. So it took 30 minutes to get to there. We have the Tender Valley next. I imagine that could quite easily take 30 minutes before we get into that one. Yeah, these are all optionals. I have done optional dungeons before in the past. They don't normally take this long to do. Because normally, like, the leveling duty roulette or any of the others will do something. Yet, for whatever reason, the level cap dungeon I can't join into until I've done Tender Valley. High level dungeon, technically I can do, but it's gonna throw me into dungeons at either the 50, the 60, the 70, 80, or the 90. And then, so yeah, so for whatever reason, and also every single one of these duties wants a tank, but I'm gonna be frank with you, I don't want to use my tank in all these duty roulettes. I want to use my healer. It's the gold saucer, time to go gambling? Look, not yet. Also, I need to go speak to someone named Nostalgia. All the way over here. Something stray in the burrows. It's early for NA. I understand it's early for NA. That's why I was over in the Oceanus server at first, but the Oceanus server was still like, you know, a 30-minute wait there. So I went back to NA because I remember Velk telling me of like, oh yeah, the Whatsamahoozee server for Oceania is dead now, which is like kind of a sad thing to hear, that Oceania, a place where there is a good number of people and such like that, is just really fucking quiet now because high ping in an MMO is just a given for them, and they would rather stick with people like. I feel like the only way you can solve these problems is, instead of having physical servers, you would have to, you know, invest in the fucking AWS crazy cloud nonsense. So then that way your characters can more easily, like, associate to a cloud server in particular. And so the instance will be, like, you know, technically global, but your actual connection and shit will then migrate towards whichever region is most appropriate, and then it gets scaled up and down depending on attendance. But that would be a time and a half to do. And what's more is Square Enix, they probably prefer to have their own hardware, especially in the regards of, like, you know, RAM, hard drive, and processing. Because, yeah, ongoing cloud costs are very expensive compared to ongoing, you know, hardware costs where you pay once and never think about it. You're back! Was the dead walk as haunting as expected? I do not care. This is probably why I do not have an understanding of, nostalgia and what have you. And he's all the way over in Solution 9, so there's that. Alright, let me have a look at my friends list. Because I imagine Davy Boy... Ah, hello. Invite to party. Can I invite you to party while I'm in the middle? Yes, I can. Awesome. Ding. Dong. Holy fucking shit, that was instant. God damn, Orin. You a lucky charm. Oh my god, it's a cactar. Zaktorel, the Tender Valley. Alright, so you're going as a, sage, from the looks of it. Ooh, what's this? Oh, it's just an expedition thing. Never mind. Ding. Dong. Oh my god, there's so many different fucking cactar. There's, like, these weird cactar, and then there's, like... Oh, hello. We need to grab you as well. So then that way you don't... What's the disease? You're too far away. Come on, you... There we go. And then tumbleweed as fucking crabs is kind of funny. But it still did a decent chunk. It's a Sabo Tender Valley. Ah, hence the name Tender. Also, this guy is a fucking huge boy. Look at him. Absolutely massive. Is he growing another one of them out of his head? Alright, bam. And then boom. So that way we have all of them. Oh, look at this guy! He looks like a shy guy. Let's kill him. Oh, I need to grab you. There we go. Swap to this. Still not enough to, you know, destroy him, but, you know, was a bit closer than I wonder if it's because of this guy here, the one with the fan. There we go, he's nearly dead. There we go, he's dead. Oh my god, look at this tall boy. Funky boy there. Bam. Oh. Okay, I see how. That's how it's done. Oh. Oh, you son of a bitch. I thought I could fucking... Oh, it's not bloodwetting. It was the other thingy-majiggy I needed. It was the other one I needed to use. The arm's length. That was it. Quickly left. Oh, shit. There we go. Oh, you bastard. I am going to make Orin upset. You can get it as a mount? Oh, I will need to learn how to do that. Although I imagine that's not from this dungeon, is it? It's gonna be from something else. There we go. Earring of casting. Can I read that shit? No, I cannot. So we're just gonna pass on that. Where's our other guy? There you are. Also, how the fuck is that bird being made of rocks able to fly? That seems ridiculous. Buy it in Solution 9 with tokens that you can get from trading and gatherer strips. Ah. That's not gonna happen for a good whiles. That's just gonna take a really long time, I'm sorry to say. You have the mount, but only because a friend gifted it to you. Ah, you can get it gifted. Nice. Oh. Wait. No, I don't get it. Wait, maybe I do. Yes, I think I do now. Yep, I think I do now. Okay, so now we need to be concerned about the square ones, which are... relatively quick. Yeah, I got the big hammer. Can I greet that? Yes, I can. Dun, dun, dun. Big booms. Dun, 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 dun. Thank you, Oren, for keeping me alive. Thank you, Davy boy. Stalactites. Oh! Cool, arrows. I remember this. God damn it. Oh yeah, like the what's-mahoozies, and that mechanic there was familiar. I just don't know the name of it, I'm sorry to say. I forgot, I am not great with names and faces, I'm sorry to say. It's a... Oh, it's the whatsamahoozy thing from the greatest serpent. Rawr, and spin. Bouncy Council. What the fuck is that? Okay, so it's these bouncy boys. Alright, so like this. Oh, wait, hang on. That's a rotating thing. Alright, I was expecting them to go bang bong. What the fuck? Oh, thank goodness I got the right one. That was just a total guess then. I just wanted to move out of the way and that was it. Yeah! Woo! Did it! And we defeated the whatsamahoozy thing again. The great roly-poly serpent or something. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. Dun, dun, dun. I found your stream without the link. I'm great detective. Helps that I get to keep this cool name. Which one's Yang? There's the Yang. So, Yang, you get the accommodation. Because I'm already doing the whatsamahoozies. Bow. And bow. Lad. Thank you, Davy Boy, for saying such things. Woo! Alright, so now we gotta go talk to Whatsamahoozy at the Whatsamahoozy Museum. God damn it, I need to scratch the top of my foot. Why? Why? If I scratch the top of my foot, it will make the skin, like, you know, do the thingy-majiggies. Hello there, Demonic Grim! Welcome to the stream! Were you, whatsamahoozy, Yang Xiaolong? Hopefully I'm saying that name correctly. Keep me in the party and I'll speed up the queue for you. Absolutely fan-fucking-tastic. Thank you oh so much. We could probably do the, hey, look, there's a thingamajiggy I need to fight. I need to fight a few of these things. Probably at least 3. You are Yang? Excellent. Good detective work on finding out what my stream was before I shared the stream link. I appreciate the detectiveness. I have been going through Final Fantasy like once a week at least, like once a week for the last I'm trying to think, I want to say 4 years now. I went from like 0 to where I am now. Like, I very much got indoctrinated by the, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Join us in Eorzea today. I got indoctrinated by that shit, and then lo and behold, a few years later, did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial, allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? I got that shit down locked hard. Also, hi there, Scarlet Floss. Welcome to the stream. You are returned! Yes, yes. Cool, thank you. I just wanted to get the side thingy-madiggies out of the way. But yeah. Hi there, Scarlet Floss. Hope you're doing alright. Look, here's the thing as well is, I don't have it as a script or anything like that. I'm just autistic enough that I'm able to just, you know, whip that nonsense out and be like, I know what I'm saying. I really want, if I get a spam caller, like some sort of like robot or something, it is very tempting just to say that aloud to them. But every time it happens, I'm just sort of like, hello, who's this? I tried to get my friends to play by telling him about the free trial, and he replied with, that's a trap. Look, fair enough. But yeah, I think one of the biggest selling points for Final Fantasy XIV, and Yoshi P was totally fine with this thing, and you know, they're kind of correcting it now throughout Dawn Trail with their dungeons and their trials and what have you. But it's the fact that you can get into this game. The emphasis is on the RPG, not the MMO part, as much as compared to other MMORPGs, I should say. And the fact that they're totally fine with you being like, yeah, you can binge this for like a few months and then you can like stop playing for a little bit. It's still gonna be here. You can just jump in whenever. I see. How truly remarkable. To think that the structures of a separate civilization lie in the depths of Yokuin ruins, and at their deepest point, a great serpentine creature awaited. This is beyond a shadow of a doubt a significant discovery regarding Zakturald history. Tell me, what thoughts have you concerning the valley's depths? It reminds me of the ancient Ronkin ruins I saw in another world. That's what you were talking about, Yun. So, yeah. Blah! Truly, such a claim is invaluable testimony. But yeah, like, it's taken me But yeah, it's taken me like 4 years to get to this point. I am now actually up to date with patches, amazingly enough. Who knew? Based on your descriptions, it is likely that the ancient Yokui simultaneously feared and revered the serpent of unfathomable power, and after encountering it, constructed the temple to conceal it from the world. This may be the final element which proves my life's work. A theory, the eerie resemblance of reflection civilizations. Wait, is he aware of, like, other reflections? Jesus. In my capacity as a professor of the studium, I've taken the liberty of reading the Scion's reports concerning the source, its reflections, and the civilizations therein for myself. Their findings indicate that the sundering diminished mankind's intelligence to that of beasts. The flourishing civilizations of the ancients was forgotten, and the peoples of each reflection set out on separate paths, forging disparate civilizations of their own. Yet, can we say that these civilizations worlds apart are truly so different? If we all come from one shared ancient heritage, would it not be natural that the development of each society and culture bears similarities to one another? That is a crazy hypothesis, and I'm glad he's saying it out loud in this MMO. What I'm trying to say is that it is entirely possible a society which predates the Yokui and bears similarities to the ancient Ronka once existed in the source. Naturally, it is necessary to conduct further research regarding how twin civilizations born in two separate worlds developed under entirely different environments. Nevertheless, your discovery today has provided further proof of the plausibility of my theory. On that subject, I would ask you to join me on another adventure. One markedly less fraught with danger. As one who has traversed beyond the rift to the first, your knowledge and insight concerning ancient Ronka are invaluable. I would journey to Warlar's Echo and speak with a chronicler of the Yokui that I may learn of their legends. Who knows, we may just discover some striking parallels to the culture of ancient Ronka. Have I done the Dawn Trail normal raids yet? Not for patch 7.2. I have done the ones from patch 7.05. So I've done like the first four, like the lightweight stuff. I have not gone through the welterweight or whatever the fuck it's called. So that one's on my to-do list. M1 to 4. Is that what it's called? Melterweight? Oh hey, I got myself a sack of nuts for the what's-mahoozy things. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, it's called Cruiser. Nice. I am pleased to see you made it. Grant, I came by alpaca, and for a blessing felt no pain in my lower back the entire ride. Perhaps the medicinal applications of sabotender needles is in a field deserving of further study. A subject for another time, perhaps. The personage before us is the selfsame individual who informed me the Yokui ruins may exist in Shaloni. They looked after me when I came here previously to conduct field work and are an extraordinary erudite individual, well versed in ancient legends. Tell me, my friend, based on what I've shared with you, were you able to find any commonalities between the legends of your people and the ruins we discovered in Zaktural? Excluding those concerning disease, precious few stories of our ancestors who traversed north have been passed down. But for the valiant warrior who brought the Sky Ruin low, I would share with you a story regarding the Great Serpent, one we normally would not disclose to outsiders. Please follow me to the indelible passage. The mural shall explain all. Hello, Scarlet. Would you like to join in for the cruiserweights? Wah! I don't know how to do the thingamaddiggies. Wah. Here we go. You would like to join in? Alright, sounds like you want to join in. Let me invite you to the party. Dun, dun. No, I need to get this mission done, and then we can go over to, what's-mahoozies and deal with the cruiser rates and all that kind of nonsense. Dun, dun. So, is there, like... Oh my god, this thing is far... Okay, what am I thinking? Let me just get... this thing. This fucking monstrosity, whatever the fuck this, cruisy thing is. Look at this guy. Look at him. Alright, cool. So it's inside the thingy-majiggies. So the Chronicler is there. And then we gotta head to Solution 9 next. I want to join if I'm able to. Yeah, you're welcome to join. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can... Zhao Long, invite to party. Fuck it. Cannot locate a player with that. Oh, you're all the way in Balmung is the reason why. Hang on a second. How do I... I can make it like a cross... You know what? I'll do a party finder thing. A legend concerning the Great Serpent is hidden within this mural. Pray gaze upon it carefully as I weave for you an ancient tale. Long, long ago, a sect of our ancestors forged north. There, deep within a valley, they discovered the remains of an ancient temple. Its inhabitants had long perished, and the purpose for which the structure existed was itself an enigma. Yet, when our forebears finally delved into its furthest recesses, they discovered a great serpent deep in slumber. It should be noted, our people revere serpents as divine creatures who govern the boundary between worlds. To behold one of such immense power dormant there within the ruins, they believed it best to build a temple around its chambers and offer prayers for its divine protection. Yet, in the ensuing years, our people were plagued by disease. Time and again, our ancestors offered supplications for divine assistance, but no matter how fervent their prayers, the Great Serpent never deigned to answer them. In the end, a great many of our forebears withdrew from the northern lands. Only the most devout worshippers of the Great Serpent remained, but they too would eventually withdraw in a somber procession, having buried too many brothers and sisters. The sect who remained prayed for the Great Serpent's awakening. They prayed for a salvation that would never come. Yet, why should it awaken now? And what incited its aggression? Was it simply by chance that it roused in so foul a mood? Or is there perhaps some underlying reason we've yet to uncover? The devout who held vigil of the temple held this belief. When the Great Serpent doth waken, its coil shall envelop the world. In other words, the creature's discovery was itself a pretext to legitimize their territorial expansion north. Yet their prayers fell on deaf ears. Only now, before our benefactor, has the Great Serpent finally awoken. A peculiar but altogether fascinating turn of events. If the being you encounter truly was divine, mayhaps it is you who shall receive its blessing. If we consider that our friend here, a traveler capable of crossing the rift twixt worlds, was blessed by a being who governs the boundary, would that not fit the interpretation held by the sect who remained? At any rate, Grant's testimony and the legends of the Yakui shall go on a long way in verifying my theory. If I can gather sufficient evidence that these two civilizations, worlds apart, shared fundamental values, and prove my thesis, our outlook on history shall be irrevocably changed. Mayhaps even an entire new field of study shall be pioneered. Does the inception of civilization and its infancy bear similarities in each reflection? Was there some localized connection between them, such as the planar fissure? Or perhaps there was some all-powerful keeper of whispers peering through the veil? Just thinking about what it is that connects us across the rift gets my heart racing. Ha! I certainly have my work cut out for me, and now that you've made the ruins safe, I may resume my expedition and perhaps, more importantly, continue writing my thesis. Master Chronicler, Grant, cannot thank either of you enough for your cooperation this day. I know not where my research will take me, but I have no doubt my pursuit of the mysterious and miraculous will see us cross paths again. Dun, dun, dun. Bam. Alright. Let's get ready. Alright. Oh, we get both. Nice. I thought I had to pick one, and I was like, I have no idea what any of these do. Alright, there's gotta be a way for me to change my party into, like, a cross-world one, so then that way I'm able to do a, party members. Convert to an in-world... Convert a cross-party... Well, it's not a cross-party. Party list? Channel logs? Sort? Ding. Dong. I guess not? Alright. Friend list. Where the... Oh, friend request there. There we go. Accept. So if we accept that, and then it refreshes the thingy-majiggies. It says their status is offline. What? Oh, okay. So you're right now doing like world traveling, I suppose. All right. So now we head to nostalgia. I do the what's-a-mahoozy thing of handing in that quest, and then we've got the thingy-majiggies. Click the thingy on the left of my name. Ding. I thought it was already like, I thought it was already like reporting that nonsense. Yeah, it says retrieve online status for players on another world. Oh, it's a heartbeat. Invite to party. You invited to the party. Alright, so we'll head to the neon thingamadiggy, hand in the quest. I won't bother with the dialogue to be real with you. Oh, we have to go this way. I won't bother with the dialogue for this one. I'm just gonna quite simply, like, hand it over to nostalgia and be like, yep, cool, done, and then we'll get on with the what's-mahoozies. A job well done, Grant. Yep, cool, 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 cool. Thank you. Alrighty. Now we gotta head over to the, thingy. Also, where is my sprint? Did I get rid of my... Oh, there it is right there. I personally prefer the jazz of, what's-a-mahoozies. Heyo, there's Orin. Nice. Also, my attire is so fucked up because we had to, like, rush getting me through the, like, a previous dungeon, so they gave me like, a random hat and axe and all that kind of such to get that through. So, but we're gonna have to dress up differently. Hey, Grant, you're just the person I wanted to see. Cruiserweight matches have yet to begin, but Naomi and I have made some breakthroughs in our research about psychocorosis. Come inside, we'll tell you what we've learned. You could possibly craft some... Yeah, but here's... I don't want to get crafted gear. Like, I'm not trying to catch up on another patch content. I'm currently at pace, so, like, the appropriate thing to do is to get the gear from, like, raids and what have you, or alliances. Before diving into the details, perhaps a refresher is in order. It's a rather complicated affair, after all. You had barely been crowned champion of the light heavyweight division before our sister, Eutrope, challenged you. She was intent on claiming your soul as a means to cure psychonecrosis. The illness appears to afflict those who use feral souls to an excessive degree, those such as Arcadian fighters. We learn from Eutrope that the immortalized, who we thought lived in luxury in the upper levels, are actually dead, taken by the disease. Since that revelation, we've looked for alternative ways to cure psychonecrosis, and we finally have some news to share. It's all thanks to Naomi. Like Eutrope, she has a sense for electrope technology. She's learned to do all sorts of things from tinkering on your own. Oh, Yana, don't give me the wrong idea. It's the people of Oblivion that we have to thank for our discoveries. I have attempted to access Everkeep's core system for information on souls, you see. Unsurprisingly, I failed. What's more, an Oblivion member who was monitoring unauthorized access found me. She took me to task, scolded me to never again do something so reckless. When I explained our predicament, however, she kindly shared research data Oblivion had acquired from Origenics. The data was quite difficult to parse, but I managed to find some relevant information. Namely, that the military was well aware of psychonecrosis, having also sought to utilize feral souls. Furthermore, they had developed a method to identify the presence of the affliction. This brings us to our next move. Now that we are privy to the method, we feel that we should use it to diagnose other fighters. They deserve to know if they're ill. Indeed, it isn't right to leave them ignorant. I'm glad you agree. I can't sit idly by, knowing that they might die. As Matem warned us, the President doesn't take kindly to those who get in his way. He'd be extremely unimpressed if we revealed the secret to those you've yet to fight and caused their withdrawal. Of course, you're still liable to incur the President's ire by becoming Grand Champion and releasing all the souls in the repository, but we should avoid getting in his crosshairs for as long as we can. That's why I propose we approach only those fighters you've already bested. As they're barred from fighting for a time, it wouldn't have an immediate impact on the championship. There are still risks, however. Each time our fellow fighters use a feral soul, they bring themselves closer to psychonecrosis, including in a match against you. The pearlescent effect is pretty cool, but I imagine that's a symptom of the psychonecrosis. Which is why it's important we tell them the truth as soon as possible, so we can stop them from happening for good. Knowing what the illness has done to you, Trope, it feels nothing less than personal. To begin with, let's reveal the detail to Honey. Despite being rivals, we're actually quite close. Just a moment while I call her. I love the music from the fight with Honey. I have not yet found a clean, song release of it, but I absolutely love it. And there's a streamer called Kusaki who's been, like, they haven't done it yet. They've not done it for a little while, since, like, I think their 4th or 5th round, but they've been doing song battles where you submit songs from video games, not songs that were produced prior to the video game and applied into it, so things such as, like, you know, Duran Duran and Phantom Pain, but more like songs that were produced for the video game. So, for example, the Pokemon Gym battle theme. She's busy, as I expected, but can spare a moment for us. She's on her way here now. Alright, so we gotta wait for them. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, Bee. So, what's this about, then? I hope it's as urgent as you say it is. My stars! You're serious, aren't you? Could I be afflicted as well? There's a way to diagnose you. Regulators are designed to monitor the state of the wearer's soul. If we connect yours to a terminal, we can confirm whether there are signs of the disease. Wait, what? How Black have the phone number of my wife? Wait, what? Scarlet, what? You lost me. Please be at ease, Miss Honey. Your soul shows no sign of degradation. Truly? Oh, what a relief. I shudder to imagine how I might be affected by such a dreadful disease. You're fine too, I suppose? You've joined the Arcadian well after I did, after all. Well, I haven't gotten any symptoms yet. Yana was so eager to prove herself, she utilized feral souls numerous times when training. So when I examined her, we found that she's on the threshold of developing the disease. Honeybee, lovely, my wife, and Black Cat just called her by phone. Oh, by, like, you know, by her first name. For mercy's sake, Yana, we're forbidden from training with feral souls, and knowing what I know now, I'd say it's because the president doesn't want us to die too early. It'd be bad for entertainment. At any rate, neither of us should use feral souls again, which means we can't fight in the Arcadian anymore. Alright then, I'll retire. Well, that was a quick, like, turnaround. Really? I wasn't expecting you to decide so quickly. Such a banger. It is such a banger. While I've graced countless magazine covers and concert stages, I never shine so brightly as when I fought in the ring, it's true. But everything I've done was so that I could bask in the adoration of the people. I couldn't do that if I were dead now, could I? So I'll look for another avenue to apply my talents, and you can be sure that I'll succeed. After all, I'm Honeybee Lovely, the brightest star in the sky. Hang on, let me try. There we go. I know there's like the one with like the fingers, but my hand tracking isn't perfect enough to do the hand sign thing. Look at her. Look at her. Now then, I'm scheduled to appear on a broadcast, so I must be on my way. Thanks for the warning, my dear. You're lifesavers. She really is something else, honey. Gotta do Final Fantasy nod. Right, that leaves one other fighter I'd like to inform. The Brute Bomber, who you defeated to become light heavyweight champion. We're not exactly friends, but I won't abandon him either. He's not likely to answer when called, though, so we'll need to visit him at his home in Resident Radius 911. Why? Why did they go with 911? Why did they put the bomber in 911? Honey's song is good, yes, but I love the ones in the next set of raids you're about to get to. Ah, okay. I do love Honeybee's songs though. Cookie for Jason. Welcome back. How was dinner? Did you have a good dinner? They knew what they were doing. I feel like Japan doesn't sometimes. Like, they need to be told about people being afraid of clowns and arachnophobia and all that shit. How dare you, Omega Tail, my shirt, but thank you for the Hyper Himbo. I greatly appreciate it. So much muscle! This way. Yep, I'm going the right way. They just want to make the funny joke. Ah, okay. Sorry, gang. Yang needs to pixelate all this like hyper himbo muscle. It's just too much for Twitch. Here we are. Let's hope he's willing to hear us out. You're all so cute. I could eat you up. Oh my god, they're cats! Cute! My goodness, I will be real, I thought he was talking to a woman or food. I'm just talking to little cats. Kissy face. Ugh. Why do they flock only to you? It's hardly fair. Well, these are my kittens. If you don't like it, you can go back to your woman. Rub salt in the wound, will you? You know full well she left me. Come on, little ones, come to me. Unfortunately, cats don't give a shit about other people. They are so self-centered, it's annoying. That man there is Etropes. I mean, the champion... That's the champion of the Cruiserweight division. This poses a problem. We can't reveal the truth with him here. The blazes are you doing here? You want to get your asses kicked? You are Grant, the unenhanced warrior, yes? The Howling Blade, at your service. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we have the chance to meet in the ring soon. The pleasure's all mine. Huh? Lest you wonder, I do not make a habit of wearing a regulator. My parents don't believe in using them. Yana and her sisters were raised with similar values, as I recall, before adapting at Etropes' insistence. However, I still use a regulator in battle like every fighter, except you. I didn't know the two of you were friends. Surprised eyes that a rivaling heel like him and a beloved face like me get along? Truth is, we've known each other since childhood. We just can't seem to be rid of each other. We both couldn't fit into any of the jobs that were introduced to us and got up to all manner of mischief together. We would have likely carried on like that if the president of Ascension Arcadia hadn't come and taken us in. Hi there, Ixie. We've just hit 400 million. God, this sucks. Wait, 400 million what? Like, dollars? Viewers? Gil? You're gonna need to explain to me. Though it isn't easy being a fighter. We felt like it was our calling. Believe it or not, he used to be so shy that he could hardly form a sentence. But when he became the brute bomber, it was as if he was reborn. Shut up! They don't need to know that! Gil. Ah, okay. Thinking back, we owe everything to the Arcadian, to the president. That we do. The cats are still around him. Well, I've seen the kittens as I had intended, so I'll just take my leave now. Till next time, Grant. So, what do you want? There's something you need to know. Honestly, I would love a condo like that. I would just like to own my own place. I have been renting now for years upon years. I can't afford the rent of this place next year. I can't afford to buy it. I have, like, no savings whatsoever. I've got to save up as best as I can. Lies! The president would never! I have the results of the examination. I'm afraid his soul already shows signs of psychonecrosis. What? That's nonsense! As the soul is eaten away, it loses its connection to the body, leading to bouts of intense dizziness, the early symptoms of the disease. If left unchecked, the body will continue to weaken until... The Arcadian means a lot to you, I know. It means a lot to me, too. But you need to retire. You're already ill. Until we can find a cure, the only way to prevent your condition from worsening is to stop fighting. Enough! I won't listen to any more of your nonsense! Get out of my sight! Someone's been eavesdropping. We've done what we could. It's up to him what he does now. Let's go home. Leave him to his cats. Cats will make him happy. Also, good work on the 42% cube, by the by, Tabitha. The cat did the little, like, hand thing. Alrighty, next we need to head to True View. Let's head to residential sector. Excuse me. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Hopefully we'll get to a fight shortly. Excuse me. Had you not had to head to work today, I'd gladly join me for the raid tier. You came back from a 2-patch hiatus yourself? Ah, okay. I didn't get into this patch on release. I think I got into this patch like 2 weeks after it released. Not only Euthrope, but the Brute Bomber too? We need to find a cure as soon as we can. According to Eutrope, the remedy is an infusion of an extremely dense soul. That's why she targeted you. The data from the Origenics seems to support this, though it was only a hypothesis. The researchers believed reinforcement from a dense soul could be an effective treatment, but this isn't in the solution we seek. We'll find another way. I'll scour an ocean of data if I have to. For all her searching, Eutrope could only find the one cure. Still, something about her actions doesn't sit right with me. The Eutrope I know wouldn't think to save herself at the cost of someone else's life. I can't help but think she's still hiding something. Bring, 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 bring. Moshi, moshi. Ah, alright. Understood. That was Metem. Cruiserweight matches are ready to begin, and he wants us to meet him in the green room. Then best of luck with your next match, Mr. Grant, and please be safe. Alrighty. We can now do cruiserweight matches. Let's go. We are on our way. Oh my god, that's a new emote. Sorry, not a new emote. That's a new profile icon. I was expecting... I'll be real with you. I don't know what I was expecting, but that was an unfamiliar profile icon. Was that a new one, Scarlet Floss? Yes, I'm using the full name because I'm an idiot. I am just built stupid. You gotta sleep. Catch you later, Grant. Not to worry, Dekus. Thank you so much for coming along. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Sorry we're not able to get into a cruiserweight before you had to go to sleep, but priorities. Real life takes precedent, I say. Sprinting! You are an artist. Ah, okay. I'll be real with you. I missed that. Can we get a shout out for Scarlet Floss, please? Because I knew you did like Final Fantasy XIV things. I didn't know you did artist things. That's worthy of a shout out. Oh my god, look at you fucking hip hop jamming right now. Fucking work it. We have been awaiting your arrival, Grant. Allow me to show you to the green room. Artist gang. Oh yeah, Davy Boy is an artist as well. They've posted art in the Whatsamahoozy in my Discord. They've done some good stuff. Why? I missed the little thingamadiggy. Who the fuck are these people? That's better. This drab room is begging for a touch of color. Love your work, by the by. A match with you is sure to be a font of inspiration. We're gonna get down, you and I! Oh yes, we are! Look at him fucking strutting his way. He's just like... Just clickety-clackety. As you surmise, they are your rivals in the Cruiserweight division, and I understand you're already acquainted with the champion. Given the situation in the realm, you may have doubts about fighting for entertainment, but it's now most of all that citizens are in need of a diversion to help them forget their cares. I am counting on you to captivate the audience once more with rousing combat and make the very walls of the Arcadian shake with excitement. He is the motive. None of you are wearing this glam. Ah, okay. Nice, nice. Puck 2, it's dancers. Alright, so we hand in this quest. The fighters in this division are characters too, eh? But there's far more to them than their showmanship. As you already know, the Cruiserweight fighters utilize more potent feral souls. Their attacks pack a heavier punch, so you'll need to brace yourself and be fully prepared. Ready, are you? Good. Let the unstoppable upstart Cruiserweight championship begin. What a bop. Right, let's take a look at your first opponent. You also have a glam for this fight? Oh my goodness. Next opponent. The Verdant Reveler, Dancing Green. And it's a frog. He's a shameless playboy who loves partying the night away in pubs and clubs. Even his Arcadian bouts he treats as parties, where he's the center of attention. Using the soul of a terrible toad, he gains heightened physical prowess and seamlessly incorporates dance moves into the combat. Victory will come down to how well you ride the rhythm. Your best bet might be to treat the fight as a party as well. Let yourself go with the flow. You just might be surprised by what follows. Hi there, Grin. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing alright. Now then, Go and show that party animal you got moves of your own, and seize your first victory in the Cruiserweight division. Oh, I've got moves. I've got fucking moves. Look at these moves. Yeah. Yeah. Ow! What the fuck? What's wrong with you? This is the best fight in the raid tier? It's that early of a good fight? I thought the good fights would be a little bit later on. Cruiserweight, M1. Alright. Ding. Alright. Oh, actually, I should probably do a ready check. Alright. Bam. Less than 5 minutes. Hopefully it's less than 5 minutes. The thematics of the fight are just the best in your honest opinion? Okay, okay. Yeah! The adorable Boyton is doing all the good work. Are you going with that glam? This isn't a glam. This is just my fucking attire. I have not done any fucking glamour nonsense. I'll do a glamour when I have the gear that I want, okay? Like, hang on. These are the glamour plates we've got. This one's not a bad one. Oh, I overshot it. Gear that you want? I can make— No. Don't gift me gear. I'm at the current patch. I am up to date with patch content. Let me grind for my nonsense, okay? Let me get the nonsense. Nexus. Here we go. It's fashion. I will figure out my fashion my own way. Although it would be nice if this place had a fucking, you know, place for me to check my glams. Alright, hang on. Ding. Quit. Unable to execute glam while waiting for duty. Oh, Scarlet is rearing to go in this fight, it seems. Oh, this is some boogie music right here.
He's young, he's stylish, and he knows all the moves! The soul of the party and the king of the dance floor! Dancing Green!
Must rescue it, but I won't. Would be funny. Spin!
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins!
Alright, hopefully I'm going the right side. Alright, so avoid the what's-a-macoozy,
Can you keep up with the rhythm?
1-2 snap, so... 1, and then... Oh! Okay, cool, so it goes ding, ding, bong.
Just getting started! Keep grooving, baby!
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice!
Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with these steps. Everyone's a star.
Funky floor. Okay. Ah, I missed that vulnerability. Okay, I need to...
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond?
Here we go. Is this your first go? Yeah, it is. Oh, shit! Was not paying attention.
Will the challenger be all right?
Celebrating the good times. That's the wrong button.
Come on, show me your moves!
Oh,
Amazing, they clearly anticipated that attack. You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat!
arcade night.
Up now!
Alright, so... Wait, do we want the grooviness to go up?
Can the upstart keep up with Dancing Greed?
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Dance like there's no tomorrow!
Oh, I see the flow. And I missed all of it.
Style! Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep? Back to it, dancers!
Okay. I don't know if I'm in a good spot. Okay, no, they're in the... Sorry, Oren. I wasn't too sure where you were going.
Show us some electrifying moves! They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing. Oh no, that was too much for the challenger.
Oh, this is the part where they're mixing it in. God damn it. This isn't gonna be too fun. Somehow, I am still alive.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn!
Oh, god damn.
The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
Oh no, that's both our healers gone. Ah. And that's me out of the way because I had too high. I didn't have enough health and the vulnerability stacks would have done.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again! The night's reached a fever pitch! All eyes are on Dancing Green! Dance like there's no tomorrow!
It will be impressive if they accomplish this.
Let's finish with style! Hey, what are you trying to do? Put the crowd to sleep? Come on, show me your moves! We're just getting started! Keep grooving, baby! Ha! Effortlessly dodged.
I should have home gang. That's what I should have done when I
Bask in the
was.
spotlight and burn, baby, burn! Show us some electrifying moves!
This is gonna be tricky. And what's more is they're so close. Oh, that got rid of. That's probably gonna be a wipe. Yeah, that's a wipe there.
Are you ready to get down? The Upstarts Cruiserweight campaign begins! Can you keep up with the rhythm?
Turn off my what's it, Uzi, so then now we have.
We're just getting started! Keep grooving, baby! Dancing Green is pulling out all the stops with each step. On the dance floor, everyone's a star. Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn! An invitation to dance. How will the challenger respond? Come on, show me your moves! Effortlessly dodge. You're up, dancers! Let's turn up the heat! Try to keep up now!
Alright, so it goes
The fever's taken hold!
left,
Can't keep up with dancing.
left, right, left. Oh, wait, so 2 rights, left, right. I'll be able to figure this out.
Dance like there's no tomorrow! Let's finish with style!
Oh, perfect groove. Nice.
Groovy moves! The crowd's loving it! Back to it, dancers! Show us some electrifying moves!
That's the wrong one again. I pressed arm's length by accident.
Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn!
Gonna need that probably at the beginning. Oh wait, no, I'm back alive.
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
4 snap. 4.
Dancers, take it away! Yeah, baby! I feel the fever coming on again!
I'm understanding this. I'm getting this.
The night's reached a fever pitch! All eyes are on Dancing Green!
To the left.
Dance like there's no tomorrow!
Oren, this side. Yeah!
Let's finish with style!
Oh, I didn't take part in the perfect groove. I messed up once.
The crowd's loving it! Come on, show me your moves! We're just getting started! Keep grooving, baby! Amazing! They clearly anticipated that attack. Bask in the spotlight and burn, baby, burn!
Woo!
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger!
So yeah, thank you, Zephyr, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Sorry, I was just so focused. One, the music was a bop, and then yeah, just getting hit with the ah. All right, give it to the healer.
Until next time.
Needing. Oh. I can only pick. Oh god, damn it! I could have picked up a body thing. So they'll only let you, like, win one thing, is it? Oh, that's a... Damn. Well fought, Grant. With this victory, you've proven yourself a force to be reckoned with in the cruiserweight division. Oh, I need to pick a thing. Fuck it, crit over Since this is 740 gear, it's 1 piece per floor per week. Ah, okay. So after Tuesday night, people would then go for like the next 4 pieces. Right then, let's ride the wave of this momentum towards our next victory. So now I've just committed to getting a helmet, despite the fact I already had a helmet that is at this level. So I'm probably better off... Yeah. Here is your next opponent. I'm gonna have to, like, swap to getting, like, the torso or the leggings, I think is the better option. fighter who lives and breathes art. She uses the ring as her gallery. Sugar Riot. You can use the helm for another class. I only have, like, tank that's up to level 100. Before coming to the Arcadian, she was a graffiti artist, you see. Most of the graffiti you see in Solution 9 was either by her or by those imitating her style. By injecting herself with the soul of a deadly pudding, she's able to concoct special paint that can cause actual changes to reality, even the ring itself. To her, fighting is a medium for her art, a means of expressing herself. Her imagination is boundless and you have to take care not to be overwhelmed, staying calm no matter what she throws at you. If you can manage that, you'll surely overcome Sugar Riot and continue on your way to the top of the Cruiserweight division. Like, it's like 4 apiece, isn't it? Like, that's the, like, that's how it goes? It's like 4 apiece or something like that? Chest and legs are 4. Oh, okay. Alright, M2 next. Clear that option. Cruiserweight M2. Heads, arms, and legs are 2. Wait. Heads, wait. Yeah, so the right side is all, like, number 1s. So, 710, 725, 720, 710, 725. So, yeah. I need a chain. So, I should either go for the boots or the leggings. The number of relevant things for the piece. Yeah. So... God, I feel dumb. I just like insta-clicked of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna need on every single one of these things. Completely forgetting that when it comes to, you know, picking up gear and what have you, there, like, depending on, like, the patch you're on, you queue us without a ready check, so I'm not the job I was gonna run. Oh, okay, hang on a sec. Let me withdraw. Sorry. Ding. Ready check. Ding. Dong. There we go. Since you already have one, get the other. Yeah, probably do that. And then prioritize on feet next. Because that way I'm able... So, that way I'm not like... Because it's like 4 or 5 to a thingamadiggy. So if I go for the helmet next, I then can do the turn-in for the helmet. And then the remaining 3 can be boots and an earring. Or, you know, boots and something else, so... There's 4 fights to the tier. Oh. I thought there was 5, because the previous one I thought had 5. Or am I, like, just... Yeah, I might be miscounting. Augmented Ironworks Offending. Oh my goodness, I remember that thing from long ago. Throw all you guys in. There we go. And then, yep, so Zarella's doing something. Ding. Slaying. For my character here. There's so much stuff I need to... Like, there's so much stuff here I'm gonna need to, like, figure out... Like, I'm keeping Alexandrite because I might need it for other things. Then there's all this, like, roofing and doors and wallpaper and such that I need to, like, you know, put into, like, a home, but I don't have a home, so I've just been using, like, some other thingamadiggy. Ding, dong. I think those are now, like, irrelevant. Homeless Zeebs. No! ARR was the only raid that had 5.
Pull the lever.
No, don't pull the lever. Alright, so we got mathematics, which requires a universal tome, which uses something or rather. So Lena, and then arcade. Here we go. So cruiser weight, domain of war 1. So yeah, so you need 2, 4, and 2. Okay, so gauntlets and boots are 2, and then 7 cruiser hollow sabers are. Alright, so do not do head and do not do gauntlet. I'm gonna do, so I need to do boots. I need to do boots after 1 helmet. What's your thing? Quizelle, okay, so that's the Quizella stuff. Domain of War, 750. Okay, so that's to get that stuff. What about... Okay, so I can get Quizella nonsense if I wanted. So... I can... Alright, so fending... There we go. So I could go for a fending chest, which gets me from... I'm already using 720 because of the Alliance. So... I could go leggings to give me 720, so then that way... Yeah. Because the stuff looks interesting, so... Fuck it, yeah. Yeah? Yay? Yeah. No, I will. There we go. Sorry, I was just... So... Never mind. Let me go, sorry, I think it will help a lot. Oh, too late. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was like going through... I was looking... I was shopping. I was in the middle of shopping.
Her studio and reality. She's a rebel with a cause who captivates all with her illusions. Sugar Riot!
That is just a Splatoon character. I thought someone was just being funny about the paint thing, but that is just a Splatoon character. Oh.
What inspiration will you give me, I wonder?
I didn't know there was gonna be a countdown.
Gallery of Glamours!
Perhaps I'll draw this.
Oh, okay. How big of a bomb is it? Okay, so it's not super
And with a flourish, Sugar Riot brings her work to life.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, I see how it wants to play it.
What's your favorite color? Hope you like it hot and sandy.
Goodness, the rain has become a desert.
How about a little more sunshine? When I think desert, I think of these prickly fellows.
Watch out! It's a veritable storm of needles.
There's something missing. Oh, I know.
Quicksand? Oh, you don't want to get caught in that.
What's your favorite color? When you can't decide on one thing.
Arrows will be flying, and
What do you think of this?
Ha! Effortlessly dodged.
What do you say to a refreshing riverscape?
A crystal clear river. How charming.
it does look lovely, but I'm a little bit worried.
It needs a touch of thunder, a dash of downpour.
A thunderstorm has turned the waters muddy! How frightening!
I have it! Some destruction to facilitate deconstruction!
A massive raging storm! I hope you brought your parasols. What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
When you can't decide on one thing. What do you think of this?
There! Yes! Woo! You need to meet the Yans? Who are the Yans?
KO!
Yeah.
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger.
Alright, so need on the
It's
head.
all over. Until next time.
Wait, what? Why do I get one piece of gear or gear enhancement available per week? Why is there others available? Okay. I told myself it was going to be the boots. Okay, so I didn't get the helmet. Well, that's annoying. I can't pick up any of these. I'm the only one here as well! Like, someone else got... Yeah. Because I clicked the thing and I was like... It did the tick and I guess, like... I don't know, like... Who knows? I was just so lost because I didn't see anyone else there, so I was, like, so confused. 1 to 2 things to look into each week. Yeah. Well done, Grant. I knew you could do it. Your next match will be against the Cruiserweight Champion himself, but seeing as we have a bit of time, there's something I'd like to tend to first. I want to tell Dancing Green and Sugar Right about psychonecrosis and see if they've developed any symptoms. We have to save them too if we can. So now I fucked up, because now I have 1 helmet and 1 pair of shoes. I've borrowed Nayuni's terminal, so we'll perform the examination here in this room. Rest assured, I've already checked for listening devices. This should the 2 should be here any moment now. So, but yeah, I don't know why. I thought that one was different for whatever reason, because the little check mark, and I still had things that was like need, and I was just like, yeah. So, yeah, I was dumb. Me, himbo. So what's this about, baby? And are we having a party here? If that's the case, I'll excuse myself. I'm rather keen to give form to the inspiration you've given me. Just get another helmet and another pair of shoes for now. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get another helmet and then another pair of shoes. So it just depends what 3 gives us and what 4 gives us. I'm pretty sure shoes and helmets will both pop up in 3 and 4, so... While I'm relieved to say you haven't manifested the disease yet, you're both dangerously close to doing so. Just one more feral soul injection could push you beyond the brink. It would be wise to stop fighting in the Arcadian. Whoa, talk about a downer, baby. This is all very sudden, and I struggle to accept it, but for both you and Honey to retire, there must be truth to your word. It's no easy thing to retire, I know, but for your own safety, I ask that you give it careful consideration. You'll BRB because a friend of yours needs your help at an Endwalker dungeon. Understandable. Thank you so much for joining in and for some of the raids. I greatly appreciate it. I'm back out there. Thanks for letting me hang out. Not to worry. We'll see how we'll probably do one more dungeon, honestly, because it's almost 10 o'clock for me. But we still got like another 15. We still have like another 15 minutes before we get to the 4-hour mark. I've made my mind. I'll retire. This doesn't leave the room, but I've always struggled to play the part of Dancing Queen. Dancing Green, sorry, not Dancing Queen. Dancing Green. To maintain the persona of a party animal, I've had to spend night after night out on the town. And when I'm not doing that, I'm practicing dance in the studio. It's utterly exhausting, soul-crushing. I pushed through it all because I didn't want to disappoint the fans, but this revelation sets me free. Dancing used to be my passion. Perhaps I can learn to love it again. I always thought you were a genuine party animal, living only to revel. To think that it was actually a bunch on your shoulders. The ring has been my precious studio. It saddens to think that I won't be able to step into it again. But it is on the streets that I started plying my craft, and this revelation might be a sign telling me to go back to my roots. So I'll do just that. I'll go back to a time when the whole city was my studio, and its walls my canvas. Truth be told, seeing you fight without a feral soul helped me realize that maybe it's alright just to be myself. Oh, look at that. We're giving positive mental health by putting our own lives on the line. I'm relieved. Thank you for listening. Well, we'd rather not die, of course, and it's you we have to thank for warning us. We're liable to attract attention if we stay here too long. We'll discuss when to break the news to management at a later time. Thankfully, those two have other places to employ their talents, like Honey. To the Brute Bomber and the Howling Blade, however, the Arcadian is everything. It isn't easy for them to retire. This, I know better than most, but it's a matter of life and death. Savage Might, I guess? I have no idea which ones to pick. Yana appears to be lost in thought. In any case, our priority for now is to win the title match. Let's return to the gym and prepare. Da 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 da. Hi there, little Incineroar. You just had to go and take a look at my ass, didn't you? Running! How's it going? You doing good? Ah! No! Why do you hit all the redeems? Don't make me bold! Ah! Wait, why did it go to... What? Movement speed is infect. Effect ends upon entering battle. What is with that? Like, why is... So I've done sprint, and now I have jog. Is that a new thing? Like, having the jog, so then that way you have, like, just a little more speed in the offices? It's new. Okay. Nayuni will be relieved to hear that both Dancing Green and Sugar Riot plan to retire. Come on, let's share the news. Thank goodness you're here! We have an emergency! Look at this! Hand over all the feral souls you've got. This is unbelievable, folks. Just when we thought the brute bomber couldn't sink any lower, it seems he now intends to use unregulated feral souls, and several of them at one's notice. The madman's gonna turn himself into an abomination. This is a violation of the rules. You'll be banned for this. Shut your bloody trap. Get out of my way. Yeah! Punt the little fucker. Hey, unstoppable upstart. If you're watching this, come and find me at the demolition site on the 8th level. We're gonna fight again. And this time, I'm gonna destroy you. You hear me? I'm going to destroy you. Jog is also available in dungeons as long as you're not battling. That's kind of crazy. I thought it would only be an overworld thing. That idiot, instead of listening to us, he's gone and done this? The general public is aware, but the doping tonic the brute bomber imbues during his matches is actually a harmless prop he uses as part of his ring persona. That's why his matches continue even when he's disqualified. Using multiple feral souls at once, however, is extremely forbidden due to the extreme danger it possesses. Doing so warps the flesh irreversibly, turns you into an abomination, as Mr. Matem said, and in the worst case, it will kill you. This is likely because it greatly accelerates the soul's degradation, leading to psychonecrosis. You went and told him about the disease, didn't you? Despite my warnings, you went and told him! I'm sorry, but we couldn't simply leave him to his fate. Well, he ended up taking the matter to the president, who naturally denied the existence of the disease, and naturally the brute bomber chose to believe him. What? That's not all. The president has sanctioned a grudge match between him and you on one condition. In order to stand a chance, he has to inject multiple feral souls for the fight. I made a great fuss on the broadcast about his use of unregulated feral souls, but it's all staged. Everything is according to the president's script. He wants to get rid of you, and he's using the brute bomber to do so. What? But the brute bomber's already exhibiting symptoms of psychonecrosis. This will kill him. I know. I tried to talk him out of it as well, but he's refused to listen. For him, the president's orders are absolute. Make no mistake, the match will go ahead. Even should you ignore his challenge, the brute bomber will inject himself with his assembled feral souls and come for you. Besides, if you still intend to become Grand Champion and release all the souls in the Arcadian's repository, I fear there's no way except through this fight. So prepare as best as you can, and then meet me at the Arcadian. I will have a chauffeur take us to the venue. I'm coming too. I'm the one who caused all this by revealing the disease to the brute bomber. The least I can do is be here. Or is be there, sorry, not here, there. I'm an idiot. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Excuse me. It is getting fairly late in the night. But I don't have to go to work tomorrow, and, you know, I only need to pick up the hot cross bun. I've ordered in, like, the hot cross buns and what have you for the picnic, so I just need to wait for the phone call or whatever tomorrow morning and then pick them up before 11. is kind of nice. I like that they've given us jog. Master Grant, I've awaited your arrival. It will be my pleasure to escort you via air wheeler to the location of your match, the 8th level demolition site. All has been made ready. The broadcasting equipment is in place, and the rest assured the device for manifesting your allies is as well. Just say the word and we shall depart. Alright, let's go. You ready, Davy boy? Brute! Stop this madness at once! You'll place your life in danger! Danger? Ha! Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the Vile Heat! The most heinous, most despised fighter in the history of the Arcadian! I fear nothing and spit on rules! I do whatever the hell I need to win! Wait! Uh-oh. Because he was like the explodey boy. Ah! He's gone and done it! He's injected himself with several feral souls and transformed! He's no longer the Brute Bomber, but the Brute Abominator! That is an abomination if ever I've seen one. Yana, we can't stay here! It's far too dangerous! But I can fight too. Grant? Alright, I'm counting on you to knock some sense into that fool. But yeah, as you can see, I don't have really high levels in all the other classes. God damn you, DPS! What are you do- There we go.
He's back for revenge with a vengeance. The despicable fighter, formerly known as the Brute Bomber, the Brute Abominator!
Absolute bop. Shirlea says hi.
To take it outside, the Brute Abominator means business. Will the unenhanced warrior be able to contend with this chimerical foe? Mine? He's used his feral powers to manifest a weapon.
Let me just home gang that shit.
Oh dear! Fiendish flora have sprouted from the scattered seeds!
Ah! What the fuck?
Oh my! Even the cameras have been petrified, and now they're crashing down all around!
This is painful.
Oh, we should just run!
Ah! I'm just screaming.
Goodness me, the brute abominator is hanging on the building! He's bounding from wall to wall!
Oh god, what the... I might need a Dorito. Ah!
Oh no, that was too much for the challenger!
I might need a Dorito at some point.
The rooftop has caved in!
Ah!
We'll send cameras in there at once! The destruction appears to have started a fire! The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around? The brute bomber must still be in there somewhere. A punishing attack! Oh, the true power of this monstrous fusion. What a thrilling battle this, and it rages on. They're back on their feet. Let's see if they can stay standing. The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Okay, that was a close one. Slowly but surely, I finally figured it out. Did it! I only had to die, like, what, 3 times?
The match is decided! Victory goes to the challenger!
Da-da-da-da. Yeah. Alrighty, now I need to properly keep it up. Lupus, thank you so much for not being
It's
mad at
all
me.
over. Until next time.
Okay, so there's no boots, so we go for the helmet. Okay, cool, we got the helmet. So, where is the... There it is. Yay. So, is this guy gonna change back, or is this like the major like problem with cyberpsychosis? Or yeah, probably. It's no good. We're too late. All those feral souls took their toll. The president had the broadcast cut the instant the match ended, so as not to reveal the terrible side of his entertainment. He remains furious that you divulged information on psychonecrosis. I will do my best to appease him, but I fear little will come to my efforts. Cats! No, kitty! Oh, that's Howling Wind or whatever his name is. I never thought you'd be the first to go, old friend. But worry not. I will join you soon. You don't mean... I'm afraid so. I've been suffering the same symptoms for a while now, but I didn't understand how serious they were until I overheard your conversation. I, too, have psychonecrosis. Your sister and I began experiencing bouts of dizziness at the same time. Not long before she disappeared without a word, I realize now that she must have been searching for a way to fight her fate. But I chose to accept mine. You come from beyond the barrier, Grant. No doubt you'll find it unsettling that we use souls to cheat death. Having been raised without regulators, I felt much the same. To me, those who wore them lived a bland and numbing experience, devoid of tension and excitement. The jobs arranged for me were tedious, and there was no way to escape this nation's dreary reality. But I finally found joy in the Arcadian. Being my fighting persona is everything to me, like it was for my friend. If the price for that is to die from psychonecrosis, I'll gladly pay it when the time comes. Come, little one. I don't think the cat's gonna leave. The cat still sees, you know, the rumbling what's... Oh, no! It's over. Oh, excuse me. How can he accept death so readily? Damn it all! It doesn't have to be this way. I'm sorry, Grant. It's just all so frustrating. You did what you could, and I'm truly grateful. The President has wasted no time covering things up. After retrieving the Brute Bomber's body, the company announced that he's chosen to retire with this defeat. And so matches at the Arcadian will continue, but after a delay, it'll be a while before your cruiserweight title fight. Say, I wonder where Nayuni's gone. She wasn't here when I returned. After what's happened, I can't help but feel worried. I'll see if I can locate Nayuni's via her terminal. One more. Let's do one more. What? She's outside Everkeep? She's never gone off without a word like this. Something isn't right. I'm sorry, Grant, but could you help me find her? The signal from her terminal suggests she's somewhere in East Yasaluni. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Yeah, so we're better off just hitting a what's-a-moozy and then flying our way there. Did I accidentally favorite it or something? No, I did not. It just keeps popping up. According to the signal, Nayuni should be in this area. Nayuni! You had me so worried! What are you doing here? I'm sorry. Eutrope contacted me saying she needed to speak urgently. We were supposed to meet, but she hasn't come. Forgive me, Nayuni. I didn't want to use you, but I had no other choice. Uh-oh. What are you doing? Sexy horse lady. Glad to see you, but this is dangerous. Eutrope, please don't do this. It's too late. There's no going back. If you won't back down. Neither will I. Oh, gosh darn it. It is weird that Yanni gets the fucking outfit and then Eutrope is just butt naked. Why are you doing this? This makes no sense. From the start, I thought it strange that you try to take another life to save your own. But the truth is, you aren't trying to save yourself. No, you want to save the man you love. Not only him, every fighter in the heavyweight division suffers from psychonecrosis. Gasp! Even so, they continue to trust the president. He saved them all in some way, helping them during dark times in their lives. The Howling Blade, Retsara, is no different. He'd choose to remain at the Arcadian rather than be with me. That's why I decided to act alone. If my friends were determined to fight until they died, then I'd find a cure no matter the cost. Oh, god damn it! Psychonecrosis! Oh no, not you too! Now, Uni warned me that this might happen, but I had to stop you. And yes, you are right, Victor. It was VV. It was just a DBZ fight, and it was a very quick one. Honestly, I don't know what to do with the pair of you. Nayuni. We're sorry, Nayuni. There's no more need to fight. There's no more need to fight. I think we can save everyone. How? Yep. A treatment for psychonecrosis that doesn't require Grant's soul. I believe I found it. Explain? What? But I scoured all the data. There was no such thing. You looked at the data in the Arcadian's archives, I believe. But thanks to the people of Oblivion, I was able to gain access to the military's research logs. And there I came across something called the regeneration factor. Regeneration factor? What is it? When one is ill or injured, the body naturally attempts to repair itself, yes? The regeneration factor is the force stimulating that recovery as part of life's design. Apparently, the Lindblom scientists have developed a stimulant to enhance their soldiers' regeneration factor. That is what we need. But that was centuries ago. Did this stimulant even still exist? As a matter of fact, it was clearly indicated in a report that its formula has been determined. Hi there, Fox Macro. The problem is, the formula itself wasn't mentioned. We'll need to investigate further, and for this, we'll need your help, Eutrope. After what I've done, I don't expect you to forgive me. But I mean it when I say I'm truly sorry. Eutrope! She's only fainted, thank goodness. We'd best take her home so she can rest. Eutrope's resting upstairs. Her psychonecrosis is quite severe, so she needs to stay still until we can treat her. You should worry about yourself too, Yana. You've manifested the illness now. I'm sorry, Nayuni, but I couldn't just stand there and let Eutrope harm Grant. Promise me you won't use a feral soul again. I promise. I need to practice what I've been preaching to everyone. You seem to be fine for the moment, but if you feel the least bit unusual, you have to let us know, alright? Now, even as we work on the cure, matches at the Arcadian will continue. That being the case, we should also continue trying to convince fighters to retire. The first being the Hollow Blade, or the Howling Blade, your next opponent. We have to save him, for Eutrope's sake, not least at all. But how can we convince him when he's determined to fight until he dies? It so happens that I have a plan. We'll confront him on a broadcast and challenge him to a wager. Whoever loses the title match will be forced to retire from the competition. Ah, so we put on a public show to generate excitement just like they do at the Arcadian. Exactly. With the people's eyes on him, the Cruiserweight Championship would be hard-pressed to refuse. Once everyone starts talking about it, even the president would have to let it go ahead. But how will we do the broadcast? We haven't heard from Matem for a while now, and the Arcadian wouldn't cooperate for us. We'll ask Honey for help. She hosts a broadcast of her own, watched by countless viewers. We'll use it to ensnare the wolf. I'll contact Honey right now. Honeybee, my beloved! Honeybee! And she's on board. We're gonna lie in wait at Mosaic. That's where the Howling Blade is known to unwind night before his matches. What's up, Fox Macro? When he appears, issue your challenge and do whatever it takes to get him to accept it.
Nani?
What emote you mood to see? I mood? That I mood to see? I have no idea what you mean, sorry. No idea. I'll stay here and look after Eutrope. Best of luck to you. You want to see today? I don't know. It's late in the evening for me, and I'm telling myself one more match because there's like one more in the raid, and we could like finish up the stream on that after that raid is completed, so. Alright, we gotta head to Mosaic. Quickest way to do that is from the Nexus Arcade. So, because I want to do the last, like, you know, standard raid, which should take like 15 to 30 minutes. And then once we're done with that, then we can probably call the stream there. Because, oh my goodness. Like, you probably heard me, like, yawning and nonsense here and there. Cookie for the Fizz Tiger! Here's your cookie. How's it going? You doing good? I almost thought that was going to say Tokyo, but Tokot, I suppose. Honey, be lovely! Ah, there you are. Now that all the performers are in place, it's time to steal the audiences. Begin our broadcast. Dun, 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 dun. Hello, my obedient little bees. It's me, Honey Bee Q. Today, we have a pair of very distinguished guests, the fabulously fierce Black Cat and the unstoppable upstart Grant. Oh, goodness, do they have a surprise for Grant's next opponent, the valiant Howling Blade. There's two different sounds going off right now. What's this about now? Grant wants to say something to you. Oh, they're not doing the honeybees music. The loser of our match has to retire. You have me taken aback, I must say. The notion that I would lose is laughable. But even if I should, I have no intention of retiring. The notion I'd lose to you is far more laughable. You're naive if you think I'll play into your hands. That's weak for a champion, if you ask me. I'll bet he's really just afraid to lose. Yeah, he's clearly has no confidence. You're a champion, so act like one! Accept the bloody challenge! Welcome back, Scarlet Floss. We're gonna try and get into the last raid. So this was their plan. At this rate, my reputation will be in tatters. Fighting is everything to me! If you're demanding that I wager my purpose in life, it's only fair that you do the same. So tell me, what gives your life meaning? Helping those in need. You're a kind-hearted soul, but you can't help everyone, and sometimes people don't want help even when you offer it to them. In any case, if that is what gives your life meaning, then that is what you must give up should you lose. If you agree, then we have a wager. Did you hear that, dear viewers? For their hotly anticipated clash, the two rivals are wagering their very purpose in life. This is not a match you can afford to miss. Yeah. You'll join, Scarlet? Awesome. Well, we managed to pull it off, and it was in no small part thanks to the nearby customers. Did we do well, Miss Honey? Oh, yes, you did extremely well. Thank you all so much for your help. Simps! So that's how it is. You really are something else. Well, the rest is up to you. For everyone's sake and Brute's memory, see to it you send the Howling Blade into retirement. Alright, all that's left is to win. Come, let's head to the green room. To the Arcadian! The Howling Blade is a worthy champion, but again and again you've cut through the competition. I'm confident you'll do the same this time. Alright, so I've got two of the heads, so I just need to get two of the whatsamahoozy, the boots, and I should be good. Right, let's take a closer look at your opponent. Next opponent! The Lone Wolf of the Arcadian, the Howling Blade. Before becoming a fighter, he was a hunter known for his unparalleled skill with the blade. Word ultimately reached the president, who recruited him to Ascension Arcadia. Owing to his good clean looks, he was immediately embraced as a babyface fighter, and he dazzled the crowds with his fantastical ring and blade of pulsating light. With the soul of Fenrir, a legendary wolf, he's able to unleash slashes that are as devastating as they are fast. You'll need to stay on your toes at all times. Now, march into the wolf's den, Grant, and show him that you're no mere prey. The lyrics are very loud for this one. Actually, what I probably should have done is run like a long advertisement, so then that way it wouldn't interrupt us. Yeah, let me run it now, because it's going to go off in like a minute. So I'm going to run the 1.5-minute advertisement, so then that way we don't have to deal with advertisements for 30 minutes. Stretching! Big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. Oh, wait. Something I can do is, I'm gonna exchange the, helmet. I can do that right now. Damn it, it's not that much stronger. It's fine. Little necklace of aiming, thank you very much. Next one. Pupils, something or rather. With luck, we should hopefully get into the next one shortly. It looks like we're just one heal. It looks like we're just a healer and a DPS short, which will hopefully pop up shortly. monkey! It's on my shoulder! Ah, I got something stuck in my throat. Excuse me. Though publicly known as the organization's receptionist, Tataru has served as the Scion's coin keeper, a role she executes with an enthusiastic cunning that borders on the terrifying. Born to Uldanan merchants, the young Tataru had everything a Lalafell could ask for, until her family lost it all to bankruptcy. Plagued by debt and still smarting from this abrupt introduction to the harsh realities of the Sultanate, she apprenticed herself to a lapidary at the age of 12 and henceforth supported the household with her meager earnings. It was during this period that she met Minfilia, a miner come to sell gems and ore. Oh, okay. We'll do narration another time. We'll probably make it like a thing or something or other where it's like I just narrate through the unending index at one point. And then that way it's like a highlighted thing for all the different stuff. Might need a Dorito.
Preternatural agility. He's the apex predator of the cruiserweight division, the Howling Blade!
That is a furry Cloud. Gundam furry, that too. I don't know why. Cloud Strife, I've like mixed with furry shit is what it gives me.
Let's begin, shall we?
Can the challenger defeat the wolf in his own lair?
Cleave! I wonder if you can keep up.
Some speed, it's as if there's a pack of him. Oh no! They couldn't avoid that one.
Uh-oh. Someone got Pokeballed. That's not good. And it's one of the healers as well, which is also not good.
Like toying with my prey. Can you fend off a pack of wolves?
the wrong thing.
Mine to command.
I just realized the lyric says, I howl at the moon.
But we've scarcely begun. Bear my biting wings!
Alright, let's see how bad it is.
Still you stand. How delightful! Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Oh, where did that colossal thing come from? He's put the Colossus to the sword.
Where the fuck are they? Oh.
Must have hurt, but they're not out of the fight yet.
You're mine! Pack of wolves!
Oh, this is very difficult to follow.
Try this!
The challenger's down! Is this the end? The challenger rises again! Can they turn this around?
I just went to feed and throw.
wolves!
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
And spin! Yeah! Did it! Cruising at the apex. Yeah! Ugh. I was getting hit with vulnerability so many times there. I was not doing too great, but I survived.
Challenger.
Thank you, Orin and Yowie for. There was like a Yowie or someone there. Like, hang on a second. There was someone named Yowie. Let me find them. Let me find. Oh, they're not there anymore.
It's all over.
All right. Yep, got my boots. The faces. Oh my god, I got the groovy glasses! And I have to pass on all those things. I got some groovy glasses! Yowie was dead for 50% of the fight. Yeah, but they were still a healer. Look at that, I got the groovy glasses. Alright, what does that look like? Oh my goodness. It's those glasses. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh my god. Groovy. So yeah. That was pretty good. Yeah. You did it! You really did it! You're amazing. You know that? You are simply too strong for me. I gave my word and I intend to keep it. I will retire from fighting. Oh my god, I'm wearing the glasses. With this, I've escaped imminent death. But I've also lost my purpose in life. Tell me, what am I to do with myself now? I truly do not know. There are battles you can still let's avenge the brute bomber together. Let's go with that one. Let's avenge the brute bomber together. Like, he doesn't need to know that we gotta go up against the president. He's gotta know about the brute bomber. The president has sacrificed the lives of countless fighters for the sake of entertainment, and as good as killed my friend. I ought to despise him. I know. Look at that. But, as I said before, we owe everything to him. That's why we continue to fight willingly, even if it meant dying from our illness. You fool! You can't tell me that the brute bomber went willingly to his death, and there are people who care for you, even if you don't seem to care for yourself. All this time, Uthro's been fighting alone to try and save you. What? She vanished without a word soon after we developed symptoms of psychonecrosis. I searched and searched, but could not find no trace of her. I was more shocked than anyone when she suddenly showed up and challenged Grant. Seeing how strong she still was, I assumed that her symptoms had abated and she decided to resume fighting. Let me make it crystal clear. You've been using your debt to the president as an excuse not to face the bitter truth. And in doing so, you've lost sight of those dearest to you. It was in order to save you that Eutrope went after Grant for his soul. She thought it was the only way she could be with you, who could see no life outside of the Arcadian. I have no words. You're right about everything. The choices I've made have been out of fear that I would no longer be the Howling Blade. That's why I did nothing to stop my friend, even though I knew he was going to his death. Forgive me, Hector. I should have tried to save you like they did. Thank you for bringing me to my senses. The President has done enough harm. I will help you to stop him. It's heartening to count the Howling Blade himself as our ally. The Howling Blade is no more. From now on, it's simply Retsara. Let's continue talking at my gym. Utrope and Nayuni are there, and they'd be happy to see you. Understood. There's one matter I need to attend to, so I'll meet you there shortly. Well, I'm really glad I got the groovy glasses. That was some luck right there. What did I roll for them as well? Like, hang on. I rolled a 94. I did a pretty good job. Nice. So I rolled 66 on the boot. Or I rolled 66 on the orchestral slow. 89 on the Sabatoons. So yeah, pretty good. I wish I was alive a little bit more for the third match for M3, but otherwise, I had a pretty good time. M1 probably was my favorite, honestly, though. Like, even with some of the stuff, it wasn't the most confusing. So, yeah. I need to hand in this thing. Boom, 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 boom. The cats! Do the Makotes like the cats, or is that like not an often thing? Pets are forbidden where I live, so I was hoping that you could look after these little ones. We'd be glad to. Nayuni has been wanting to adopt a cat for a while now. She must be upstairs with Utrope. I'll go and see how they are. May I come too? Of course! You and Utrope had a lot of catching up to do, I expect. Oh, god damn it, someone's gone missing. We have a situation. Nayuni and Utrope are gone. God damn it, it's both of them. Nayuni wouldn't take a low trip outside in her current state, and her terminal was left on the bed. Something's happened to them. It's most likely the President. Yeah, that looks like a President thing. This is a presidential announcement. Grant, the unenhanced warrior. For your contributions to the excitement provided by Ascension Arcadia, you have my utmost esteem. That voice, it's the President! However, I cannot suffer anyone to rewrite my script. And so, as a safeguard against further deviations, I have taken Uthrop and Nuname into my care. Cookie for bookie. After some coaxing, Metum divulged to me that you wish to cure psychonecrosis. And it just so happens I know where you can find that stimulant you seek. The Drop of Life, it was called. What do you want from us? Two simple things. Grant must continue fighting at the Arcadian, and you must never again meddle with my script. Nothing needs to change otherwise. If you become Grand Champion, Grant, our Soul Repository will be at your disposal, and I will even disclose the location of the Drop of Life. That is all. I look forward to seeing your exploits at the pinnacle of the Ascension Arcadia Championship, the Heavyweight Division. So, the President was a step ahead of us. One wrong move and Utrop and Nunene will come to harm. It seems we have no choice but to place our hopes in Grant. I won't let you down. Thank you. As your second, I'll continue doing my best to support you. As will I. I won't turn a blind eye to the President's depraved actions any longer. Never again will I let anyone be taken away from me. The cats! Cats. Alright, where is... I need to hand in my quest. Oh, it's... at the front of the thing. She couldn't be inside here, but okay. Fine. Yana! Sorry, I'll be fine. As long as we do what the President says, no harm should come to my sisters. Now, ahead of your campaign to become Grand Champion, I want you to prepare as best as you can in your own way. Whether you train to hone your skills or rest to recover your strength, see to it you're ready for your next fight. I'm truly sorry to place so much on your shoulders, but you're the only one we can depend on. Please come and find me when it's time for heavyweight matches to begin. There we go. Alrighty then. That is gonna be it for me tonight. We went on for quite a while, I will be real with you. But we went for a good portion. We actually went up to 5 hours of streaming, which is kind of crazy. So, let's go and see who is online and who we can go and raid. Let's see. There's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy 14. Oh, it looks like there's someone who's doing materia stuff. Alright. It looks like... Oh no, they're probably at the same point as I am. Hang on, how far are they? Speak with Lone... Yeah, no, they're at the same point as I am, so they're probably going to be ending off shortly. Let's find someone else. Let's look for a VTuber. Hopefully a VTuber that can speak English. Nope, I keep pressing the escape key. That's incorrect. Same category. Lovely stream. Thank you so much, Zephyr. I do appreciate it. It looks... Let's go for... So, here's one from... Oh, they've been playing for the last 10 hours. That's kind of insane. Let's give it a try. It looks like they're doing some North America alt re-clears or something like that. No idea what that means. But let's go for We're gonna go for the short and sweet himbo raid, so I hope you'll join in with me for that one. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful Easter. I will get a schedule out for what next week looks like, because next week I'm going to be on break from work, so I might have opportunities to be able to play and stream in the mornings or afternoons rather than in the evenings, which should be good for you Americans. But otherwise, I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now. Eee!